It's finally happening, Pudding. So putting it off for, what, almost 2 weeks now? Sometimes the bot takes like 10 minutes, I don't know why. Hello, Jamba. Hello, Sparrow. Alright, let's get it started. The sooner I get this done, the sooner I can PvP. Taro is putting on a pot of tea. Zeph, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well.
Doing the MSQ instead of PvP, very weird, man.
I know. I have to get it done though. Thanks for 11 months, Linux.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Hello, Gig. Limbo? Oh, okay. Lumbax. I should turn the graphics up.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? After what you went through, I'm not surprised you need a moment to think. But if you're open to suggestions, I might have one for you. You fought
Nothing.
bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair, that's where you should go next.
What?
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Hello, Rio.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, You may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
No thanks.
Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Please stop. Oh, it's my alt. It's actually okay. Looks the same, but it's my alt. I don't have to worry.
Stitch in here and trim in there, knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
Really?
I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry.
Well, are we?
Make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide.
You're wrong.
they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Didn't that sound like Zodiac? New advert.
Ah, you're awake.
Shouldn't she be offended? Just fell asleep while she's talking to us.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit, shall we?
Hello there. Hello, Theo. Okay. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. Little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? I don't want it. Why do I feel like I've seen that before? So glad you approve. Where's the third option? Oh, don't be silly. Your approval is payment enough. I wish it was like that in real life. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. No. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. Heh. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments. And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tataru's boutique. Unfortunately, that is how it works in real life. I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers, sweet music to my ears. I don't want this. I don't have space. Why are you doing this to me? No thanks. How do you even say that word?
Burgeoning.
Okay.
Burgeoning.
Ancient empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Burger. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. What is this? Oh man, they're putting green dots everywhere. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's coinkeeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Uldan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from the abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12. What is a lapidary? And henceforth supported the household with her meagre earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the path of the 12's finances. Minfilia was a miner? Tataru, in turn, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. That's the end of the sentence. Indeed, where the path of the 12 relocated when the Path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties. I didn't say that. Secretarial. Secretarial? Secretarial. There we go. Secretarial duties. Where was I? I've lost my spot because I looked at the answer was on the roof, you see. Where am I? She used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, he was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the 7th Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as Secretary and Coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Uldar drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warriors of Light to Ishgard that they might there regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied the contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Eldenard trading company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scions' behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Sharlayan. Yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. I saw on Twitter an interesting bit of lore regarding Tataru, which is, I think in Middle Lenosha there is a carbuncle on the loose. Or at least there's a side quest involving it. I can't remember, maybe it had to do with the Arcanist Guild quests? I don't quite remember. But anyway, the NPC, there's an NPC that looks at the carbuncle and says, oh, is that what it's about? There's a side quest for her in her carbuncle in Sharlayan. Maybe that's what it was from. I read it on Twitter. Basically, the gist of it is that carbuncle that got let loose should have dissipated long ago, and the only explanation for why it's still running around is that the person that summoned it must have had a ridiculous amount of ether. Is it ether? What is it? Is it ether that they used to summon them? Yeah. And it's Tataru, so basically she's just an all-powerful mage and doesn't even realize. Oh boy, we're doing a read today. They've written us a literal book. Scions of the 7th Dawn. This secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louisoix Leveilleur, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward, following the 7th Umbral Calamity. Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, the society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations, most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. On account of their contributions in dealing with... Am I donor walling someone? What happened? On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals... Wait, who's that? Who's that behind me? I was just NPC. Whoa! Good morning.
Morning Zip.
Thank you for 9 months. Mitosis achieved. Welcome back. I appreciate it. On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals and the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scion's existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Elfino Levier founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the Society's activities had made it the target of a monetarist faction in Uldar, and an elaborate betrayal by Elfino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot that saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. The final days. The dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past, when it was known as Aetheris. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of ether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiac to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Sorry, Fluffer. Terribly sorry. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Meteon, being capable of traversing the great expanse to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Meteon and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the Endsinger and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings, to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion as they confronted the Endsinger at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. GG. Oh, 0? Oh. Stop. Oh, it's BEM version. I can just toss this, can't I? And rebuy? Oh well, let's just shove it somewhere for now. Deal with it later. Wait, this is sellable? Where was this from? This is just the, oops, quest stuff. This was from MSQ. Deltascape. What? Okay, problem forestalled. Just like the final days. I don't even remember... I did the dungeon, didn't I? I don't even remember it. I don't remember it at all. I don't even know what it was. I can't even remember doing it. My brain has just been filled with PvP. Everything else is a distant memory, or non-existent. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumours to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Mayride's Mayhain, the finest drinking establishment in Radzat-Han. Calm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Kill before oh wait, it's the Bobber Spin boss, that's right. I remember that now. Hello, Jamba. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Zeph, and may fair fortune find you. Did I already say hello to you? What is wrong with me? Sorry, PvP brain. Wait, I said hello to you at the start of the stream. I'm... PvP brain. I'm suffering short-term memory loss, because there's only one thing I can think about now. Hello, Linux. Still tired? I slept like a log. I am a little bit still tired, though. We did do the New Alliance. I should go back. It was fun. I've only been there once, though. Maybe I do it on this character. Before everyone goes to sleep at 10 PM. Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Welcome to Mayride's Mayhain. Oh, hello. Hello there. I did not recognize you at first. How? Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, as a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Tancred? Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhain's unique beverages. Oh no, he's old. Offer him any drink from our selection and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Mayride found out I took coin from Thavnair's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. What'd you do if a Lalafell just jumped on the table and stared at you? Yes? leave. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. He's an alcoholic. Here we are, one of Mayride's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Yalhin empties the cup in a single pull. Pull? One shot? That was very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? More drink? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Ori? Yeah, Ori tribe, which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzat-Han. His decision to aid the Arkasodra is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzat-Han's earlier days. I do believe they are the Elephantes. Some attest that this man travelled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. New deep dungeon? In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radzat-Han, folk would remember the tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. They did say we were getting a deep dungeon this expansion, didn't they? Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. Yalhin gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? Well, let me tell you. Oof. The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Miliel, more of the same, if you please. As you wish. But this one is on your coin, Professor. Yalhin drains yet another cup dry. Is he gonna pass out? Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This fiend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way of the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from Shum merchant. What's his name? Ah, I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Miliel, more drinks. Yes, yes, encourage it. What? Be right with you. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Yalhin throws back yet another cup. Dead. Yeah, Sean Connery. Weren't we talking about Azama? You want to know where Azama is? Around this time, he's often at the usual place. You have learned some useful information regarding the undersea vault. If Jalhin were more coherent, however, he may have had more details to share. E. Who's this? Ugh, I think I had one too many. Can you actually just not let him drink as much? I killed him. Navesh, thanks for the follow. Where am I looking? Azama. Oh, right, psychologist. I didn't know what the place was you went to, but then I saw Galaxy shared pictures from there. So you must have been there with her. No? She was at a diff place? I thought you said the same thing. Where did you say you went again? She was at GG Easy? She posted pictures from Fortress. He was literally at Fortress. What even is that place? Never heard of it. Busy with other friends. So it's just a big coincidence that you both happen to be there then. I thought maybe there was a Final Fantasy meetup or something. Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? Oh, there's more green dots. Make it stop. This is Raid Shadow Legends all over again. Dots everywhere. All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Elzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Elzadal 3's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavour. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. Veg or stay Wogach? Whatever you want. Personally, I enjoy passing out. It seems this merchant, one Zashal I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and with those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Elzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. That's too bad. Good question, why was he there? I didn't expect to find him there. He wasn't there last time. I thought he was gonna ask to read his fingers just then. Please, Zashal, please, your fingers, I can read them.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake?
Patches?
What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat-Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is. discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Seems like a setup. That's terrible acting. Uh-oh.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
He's too gullible, stop.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
The voice is a little bit too old.
My friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
You bet.
Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
Just give him the money.
You are coming along, yes? I appreciate the concern, but one thing I've learned from my time with the Silence is how to better manage my coin purse. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Oh no, Jamba. That's terrible. You'll recall I spoke of visiting Thavnair at Vritra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. What's wrong with dance partnering Reaper? Number 1, dance. Number 2, partner. Number 3, Reaper. Hope that helps. I don't really know, Jaeger. Whoever does damage. Oh, wait, the text! Oh no, the text. It was auto-scrolling. No voice acting. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Uh-oh, we're about to get a stowaway. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavner? You are. I know you are. I've gone and cheated you. I worked with ZhephZaeora, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I never would have... well, we'd be... dead. Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard ZhephZaeora selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Who do you think we are? Now you've gone and made him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The silence have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Tancred and Urianger. Tancred and Urianger, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I am loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. I haven't done anything other than PvP. No. Elfino and Alice. Little Lord Elfino and his sister? Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend than delving for trinkets. Y'shtola. Y'shtola? The magics would be a welcome addition, but come on. Why is it always Graha? Stop. I'm loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Ugh. Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students. What? Not even Kryl? But if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Look what the kid's done. yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean? What is your name, boy? Merad, sir. I'm just over him. I'm over the Graha fandom. I don't like him anymore. Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Astinian. Lucky you, must. Stay away. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let's be off too, Merad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. What? No, Urianger is one of my favorites. There was drama around a Graha collection. Old Annex. Uh-oh, pony's starting drama. Look out. Yeah, we'll probably do it with trusts. This is a content enjoying stream. I have a handful of slimes. I wish I had more. I wish I weren't so frugal. Actually, no, I'm glad I'm frugal. But if I weren't, I would have many more slimes. I'd have more than 3. Maybe one day if I'm rich. I'll have a ball pit, but it's actually a slime pit. Oh, that kind of slime. Just need the next rich ultimate. It's a get-rich scheme. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Zeph. What might the students do for you? Funnily enough, DashCon is exactly what I was thinking of when I said that. The ball pit was so lonely in that huge, whatever it was, huge convention center, or was it even a convention center or like a town hall or something? I don't know. Either way, it's just so funny, the picture of it being so tiny. It was an actual convention center. There's just a tiny square ball pit on a huge floor. Just some people sitting on some fold-up chairs over in the corner. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. ZEphCon would just be a whole lot of food.
Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind?
Stop!
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How is the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
I see slime merch.
The treasure vault.
I have the king slime.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
I've been meaning to get that one pony. It's like a whole tea set. Oh, dies of cringe.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Rip orange cuppy.
Suggest we invite your Stola.
Please.
Since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid. Then let us head to the archives at once.
Should have just asked her first.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Shit. Well, Agil the Cuppy would still exist, we just don't know about it.
Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites wish to build their own vault for the people of Atheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
So,
I love Smileton.
with you. Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Other matter. I haven't been paying attention.
Then it's off to the library.
At least it's not dead ends, Rakurai. Shouldn't those dungeons just be in MSQ roulette? And what is MSQ roulette like now? What's even in it? Castrum, Praetorium, whatever that is. I mean, technically well, I guess that's what leveling... Well, no, because those things wouldn't go into leveling roulette. It's just Ultima and a separate duty. Oh, okay. Plebe.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Looks like he's about to play a prank.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Oh. Hello there.
How long have you two been here?
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
They're the only good eyebrows.
I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
What?
ZhephZaeora is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane last we heard.
Then by all means let us recruit him and be on our way.
Or Mammoth. Job already done. Oh, right, the green dot. Yes. Wait, what? What's this? That's not it. That was the green dot. Are there new entries in the codex? What? Oh. There's so much. Oh, man. There's so much. Just want to get back to PvP. Oh man, the scroll bar is tiny. We can skip that one. No, not Kryl. Graha. You don't want to hear these? What if I read the thing in between PvP matches? Ah!
A.
Oh, wait, thank you for 16 months. Much appreciated, welcome back. Alright, anyway, let's get started. Estinian Valeno. One of Ishgard's most capable knights, Estinian, called Wormblood by many, once led his order as a renowned Azure Dragoon. Estinian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of sheep herders in the eastern highlands of Kurthus. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 summers was taken in by Olberic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. Hello Matsui, thanks for the raid. How was the stream? The two proceeded to forge a complicated relationship. A martial instructor and an adoptive father and a flawed knight. One who failed to protect his family. To the young Estinian, Olberic was all these things and more. Maybe Matsui had an ad. Hello! Happy Savage Saturday, is that what you were doing? Today is story enjoying day for me. A break from the PvP grind. I did make it to Crystal though. On one of my characters, tried again on the second one. Oni Nate, thanks for a follow. Anyway, when his training was complete, Estinian joined the Temple Knights. So focused was he on the fight against the Dravanian horde that he scarcely remembered the names of his companions. His sole friendship was with Aymeric de Borel, Aymeric de Borel, a knight of similar age who shared Estinian's passion for the cause. Estinian's prowess saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon and later inheriting the title of Azure Dragoon once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estinian would carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the worm's head over 1,000 years ago. Though the eye conferred power to the bearer, it rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estinian's very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estinian maintain a grip on his sanity, though there were occasions when he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. In the midst of the Dragonsong War, Estinian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Elfino Leveilleur in their quest to convince the Dravanians to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance. Though he did not believe they would succeed, Estinian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence, unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Isael, leader of the Heretics, who similarly believed peace an unlikely prospect, but one still worth pursuing in earnest. Estinian travelled with the others to the Churning Mists, where they sought an audience with Frey's Velga, brother of Nidhogg. This is all just summary of stuff we've done. Mostly. From the Great Worm they learned the truth of the Dragonsong War, that it was King Thordan of ancient Ishgard who drew first blood when he and his knights murdered the Great Worm Ratatoska and subsequently devoured her eyes so that they might claim her power for themselves. Yet in spite of this truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Ishgard, and if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one recourse. In the end, the Azure Dragoon succeeded in hunting down and slaying his arch-enemy, presumably ending the 1,000-year war. Upon their return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan VII had plotted to wield the power of a primal to transform himself into an eternal god king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. They pursued the Archbishop to Azisla, where they put an end to his machinations once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to the all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's two eyes, transforming into a vessel for the Worm's Shade that would marshal his forces for a final assault on Ishgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Elfino and the Warrior of Light to kill him, but instead the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the Dragoon's life. They put it in a bottomed pit. Whatever did happen to that? Someone showed up at the bottom seeing the eye, right? I can't remember if that ever popped up again or not. Oh, it was the Warrior of Darkness. Yeah, completely forgot about that. Oh, right, then Ilberd did the thing. Okay, that's what happened. It was so long ago. Right, yeah, that's what that was. And then didn't Estinian actually stab the eye next time and destroy it? So really it's ours and Elfino's fault that any of that even happened. It was such an easy fix. Oh, he told us to chuck him? Oh, okay. With his homeland entering an age of peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during these wanderings, though, he stayed abreast of the Scion's activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage efforts within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to the relentless solicitations of Tataru and Kryl, officially becoming a Scion, and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity known as the Final Days. Following his journey from the arch nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lance Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Though he is still a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as to the Isle of Thavner, where he has forged new friendship with Vritra, another of the First Brood. The gorge we threw the eyes in is supposedly so etherically dense regular humans can't travel there. Oh, okay. Orphaned as a child and taken in by Galuf Baldessian, founder of the eponymous Students of Baldessian, Kryl was blessed with power of the Echo. Though in her early years it seemed to her more a curse. Uncommonly sensitive to the feelings of others, unwelcome thoughts flooded her mind, leading her to develop a guarded personality that many found off-putting. Seeing this, Galuf gave her a cat-eared hood. Ah, that's... okay. Assuring her that her gift was not something to be bemoaned, and that it would one day prove a tremendous strength. Moved by her grandfather's words, Kryl vowed to devote herself to her studies, that she might use her powers to serve the greater good. Wait, what does the cat-eared hood have to do with this? Seems you need a cat-eared hood. Was it just to make her cute? Okay. Made her cute and approachable. Displaying a remarkable aptitude in the mystic arts, Kryl attended the studium in Sharlayan, joining the faculty of the arcane and becoming highly skilled in healing and curing magics. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Elfino and Elisée Leveilleur, with whom she maintains a close friendship to this day. After graduation, she joined her grandfather's research organization, eventually coming to Eorzea to support the Scions of the Seventh Dawn as they rebuilt their operation following the bloody banquet in Uldar. She lent her impressive knowledge of the arcane to the search for the missing Minfilia. Kryl chose to remain in Eorzea for the foreseeable future, both out of a desire to support her friends, and for a lack of a home to which she might return. Prior to her arrival, the Isle of Val was obliterated by a devastating spell akin to Ultima. While she herself was on the isle at the time, she was saved by the blessing of light, and so she naturally fell in with the Scions. She soon became a full-fledged member, and thenceforth used her command of the Echo to serve her comrades on many an occasion. Krile suffered a particularly harrowing experience when she was captured as a prisoner of war by the Garleans during the campaign to liberate Alamigo. Her Echo made her a target, as the magic engineer Aulus Mel Asina sought to study the phenomenon and create an artificial variant. He succeeded in this endeavor, transforming Fordola Rem Lupus and Xenos Ye Gelvis into beings he dubbed the Resonant. Krile was later rescued by the Scions, and after recovering from the ordeal resolved to repay the favor. Indeed, when her companions were forcefully summoned to the First and left in a comatose state, Krile took the lead in nursing the Scions back to health. Yeah, it got teleported to Eureka. That's what Baldessian Arsenal is, as well as surrounding area. I think they all dead. Can't quite remember. With the appearance of the Telophoroi and the looming threat of the final days, Krile returned to Sharlayan in hopes of gauging the true intentions of their governing body, the Forum, which to that point had stubbornly refused to approve any aid to Eorzea. Subsequently, she would use her influence as representative of the students of Baldessian to arrange for her friends to visit Old Sharlayan. Now that the final days have been averted and the Scions ostensibly disbanded, Krile has devoted herself to the restoration of the students, recruiting the precious few survivors she has found, along with new talent, that together they might carry on her late grandfather's legacy and preserve their knowledge for future generations. This is so wordy. Displaying prodigious aptitude for magic from a young age, Y'shtola, at the behest of the Sharlayan Forum, was sent to Master Matoya for tutelage at the tender age of 7. Resentful of having to mind a child instead of pursuing her own research, the revered Archon was a stern taskmaster, imposing upon her new student one harsh trial after the next. Y'shtola, for her part, did not shirk from these formidable tasks, eventually winning the approval of her mentor, who doubtless saw in the stubborn Mikote girl shades of her own self as a child. After 10 years of training, Y'shtola emerged from Matoya's cave at Womangrown, possessed of vast knowledge and skill in the arcane that easily earned her the title of Archon. Striking out on her own, Y'shtola joined the Circle of Knowing, led by her mentor's colleague and friend Louisois Leveilleur. Sailing to Eorzea, she assisted her friends in their efforts in Limsa Liminsa in the fateful days leading up to the 7th Umbral Calamity. During that time, she won the trust of Admiral Melvlid Berflisvin, to whom she lent invaluable assistance in rebuilding the Eorzean alliance, which had theretofore devolved into a shell of its former glory. After Louisois gave his life on the fields of Carteneau, Y'shtola became one of the founding members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, formed by the merger of her own Circle of Knowing with a like-minded organization, the Path of the 12. Together with her new companions, she worked tirelessly to quell the threat of the Primals and defend Eorzea from the invasion of Garlemald's 14th Imperial Legion. When the Scions' command of forbidden and ancient teleportation magics that allowed her and Thancred to escape the clutches... Did I misread that? I missed the line. When the Scions were caught up in the political coup in Uldar, it was Y'shtola's command of forbidden and ancient teleportation magics that allowed her and Thancred to escape the clutches of the villainous Crystal Braves. Left to wander the livestream as a result of this, she was on the verge of being lost forever to the etheric currents when she was rescued and called back to this world through the efforts of Khan Isena and the Warrior of Light. Y'shtola awoke from her coma to find she had lost the physical ability of sight, gaining in its stead the power to see ether in the environment around her. This gift is a double-edged sword, however, for while it allows her to remain a formidable presence in battle, the strain it places on her mind and energies is often great. Having recovered her strength, Y'shtola joined her fellow Scions in their exploits across Eorzea, travelling to Azizlar to depose the mad Archbishop Thordan VII and bring the Dragonsong War to an end, then playing a key role in the liberation of Alamigo. Y'shtola once again suffered a harrowing experience when her soul was accidentally forcefully summoned to the Verse by the Crystal Exarch. Assuming the alias Matoya in honor of her mentor and concealing her true identity, she befriended the Knights Blessed, a group of dark worshippers who made their home in the depths of the Raktika Greatwood. It was around this time that Y'shtola came to make extensive use of destructive magics and to complement the healing and curing arts at which she had always excelled. After the Scions succeeded in restoring the darkness to the light-blighted First, they returned home to the Source, where Y'shtola would again play an invaluable role in averting the dark designs of the Telophoroi, in the end journeying with her friends to Ultima Thule to deliver their world from the final days. Having long served the now disbanded Scions with her boundless knowledge and puissant sorcery, Y'shtola now strives to find an answer to the universe's most fundamental question, seeking the truth of creation to honor the legacy of her mentor, Master Matoya. Good morning, Goshu. You woke up on time today? Well, tomorrow you have to wake up 2 hours earlier though. Or a little bit more actually. Oh, I've just made myself tired. Oh. How did this happen? Thinking about sleep. Dyrus is playing Black Mage in CC now. Why doesn't he pick something a little bit better? Wait, am I following him? Oh, I am. The Black Mage incident. Is he having fun though? He must be. I hope he's enjoying himself. Hydaelyn, the will of the star, 'tis she who has long kept Aetheris turning. Tales of Hydaelyn's call and the singular power it was said to bestow, the echo, have been recorded throughout history. Don't know what his thoughts are. I feel like anyone that's sort of coming from outside Final Fantasy mainly, would probably have complaints of netcode. Nonetheless, it is a lot of fun. Where am I? The nature of this power was not wholly understood, and it was often conflated with another of her gifts, the Blessing of Light, which ensured one's ether would remain uncorrupted by primal tempering. The chosen few also spoke of being summoned to the heart of the star where, according to their testaments, awaited a pure and towering crystal. It's likely that said testaments gave rise to the appellation Mother Crystal, as well as the usage of Hydaelyn to refer to the star itself. Though the precise point at which these terms became commonplace remains unknown. While many sought further knowledge of her nature, the Sharlayan Forum foremost among them, few ascertained Hydaelyn's true identity, a primal with an ancient Venar at her core. In a time before time, society was governed by the Convocation of 14, upon which Venar held the seat of Azem, an indefatigable and insatiably curious individual. She tired of the academic approach to natural studies and resolved instead to travel the star and seek its truths through first-hand experience. A journey that she continued even after she abdicated her position. One day, during a visit to Elpis, she chanced to meet with the Warrior of Light, who had come from the future with a warning of calamities to come. Thus did she learn of the final days that would befall Aetheris, and of this tragedy's ultimate cause, Meteon, bearer of myriad fallen worlds' despair. To prevent the obliteration of all life, Venar embarked upon a quest that would span millennia. Offering up her own flesh and soul, she summoned and became Hydaelyn. She sundered her people, who yearned for a past that could never be restored. The god Zodiac, manifestation of that ill-fated wish, and the star itself, which she loved so dearly, into 14 pieces. The god of darkness was jailed within the sundered world's moons, and their people condemned to a fragile and imperfect existence forevermore. However, she knew that from their imperfection, their suffering would arise the strength to face deepest despair. But how do we get to the future in the first place without her Elpis hint? Huh? So passionate was her love for mankind, so unwavering her faith in its potential, that Hydaelyn would never, in the eons that followed, waver in her belief. Even as shard after shard fell to calamity and were rejoined with the source, empowering Zodiac as it innovated her in turn, she stayed the course, awaiting the day when man would prove himself worthy. When at last the time came, and the silence of the seventh dawn triumphed over her in a battle that burned through her very soul, she faded away with a smile on her lips and peace in her heart. Though the Warrior of Light and their comrades would go on to follow the path she had shown them, Hydaelyn was no more. Her love for her children, however, is eternal. Blubbers. The Reflections. Though few are aware of their true nature, these worlds exist in parallel to the one in which we live, the Source. In order to weaken the imprisoned Zodiac, Hydaelyn mustered her strength and sundered the very fabric of reality, causing the world to be split into 14 shards, akin to identical, diluted images. Being reflections, the geographical features of these worlds are naturally similar, akin to observing the original through a looking glass. But over the course of millennia, the peoples of each have lived disparate lives and histories, and some variance has manifested in the environment itself as well. Since the reflections were birthed forth, 7 have been lost, sacrificed in the Ascian's quest to restore the ancient world. Curiously, while the reflections are displaced from each other, the boundaries between them are not uniform. Certain worlds, such as the 1st and the 13th, are more readily accessible from the source, while others are not. One theory posits that the worlds exist within pockets of reality that are arranged in a pattern not unlike the numbers on a clock face, and that it is easier to travel to an adjacent reflection. Oh, okay. Which one was the World of Darkness? Was it the 13th? It was the 13th, wasn't it? Approximately 6 millennia ago, when the world still languished in the aftermath of the Third Umbral Calamity, there arose a man who led an army of mages on a campaign of conquest. Xandi would go on to found the storied Allegan Empire, as well as marry the secrets of magic and wisdom of science to create etherochemistry. Through advances in this miraculous field, he expanded his dominion to encompass the continents of Eldenard, Ilsabard, and Othard. However, generations of peace and prosperity gave rise to decadence, and 1,000 years after the nation's birth, progress all but ground to a halt. The people grew complacent, abandoning learning and drowning themselves in leisure, and society stagnated. None lamented this deplorable state of affairs more than a technologist named Amon. Desiring to restore his nation to its former glory, Amon brought Emperor Xandi... Xande, wasn't it? Yeah. Emperor Xande back from the grave. Under the founding father's leadership, the empire was given renewed purpose in world domination. In order to bolster the might of his armies, Xande entered into a pact with the Cloud of Darkness, a sovereign among Voidsent, and granted their kind passage to the world of men. In return... And I'm not comprehending. What am I reading? the sovereign among Voidsent, and granted their kind... granted the Voidsent kind passage to the world of men in return for their aid in assuring the supremacy of his reign. Oh yeah, I know, it was just, granted their kind, I was misreading who it was referring to. The Crystal Tower played a key role in all of these events. Built to harness the power of the sun, it provided the sprawling empire with energy during its heyday. They were on solar energy pretty early on. When the empire fell into decline, Amon used that self-same energy to resurrect Zande. It is Zande, isn't it? That's how Fandaniel said it during a cutscene. Yes. Why have I not completed that quest? This one? Requires walking. Where am I? When the Empire fell into decline, Amon used that selfsame energy to resurrect Zande, and Zande in turn used it to open a gate to the void. Eventually, the Emperor resolved to welcome the Cloud of Darkness herself into our world, a feat which would require a void gate of heretofore unseen proportions. To this end, he commanded that the icon Bahamut, captured in Mericidia, be encapsulated within a massive iron sphere. The sphere was launched into the heavens and set into motion alongside the moon, where it utilized solar energy in a more concentrated form. Yet while the tower had been forfeited to channel the increased flow, the land upon which it had been built could not withstand the immense forces. The Crystal Tower's collapse triggered a series of earthquakes which shook the entire realm, bringing about the Third Umbral Calamity and consigning the Elegant Empire to oblivion. For 5 millennia, the Crystal Tower lay buried and forgotten until the violence of the Seventh Umbral Era coaxed it from its resting place. Awakened from his long slumber, Emperor Zande once more sought to fulfill his nihilistic ambitions, but he would be thwarted by the stout souls of the Fellowship of Noah and their newfound comrades from the distant past. Okay, phew. Finished all of them. I actually made myself tired reading all of that. I needed another coffee. Pyromancer's gonna have a field day. Although it's all things we already knew, basically. Pyromancer's the lore guy that I think came over from WoW? Is that where he made his name? WoW lore? Traditional Easter aluminium foil ball. Boyus likes those too. I've never actually checked his stream, I've just heard about him. I've just heard he's a lore guy.
Our illustrious champion. cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Isn't Thancred with you? Where's Dadcred?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids have been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
Deep dungeon?
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends?
Oh, it's maps.
Why have you come to Labyrinthos?
Hello, Winter.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
How long does this patch's story take to get through, by the way?
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
2 hours?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I'm just wondering how long before I get to go back to PvP.
Have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
Started checking streams to see what is current. Can't you see it in the queue? If you, on the queuing thing, doesn't it say? If you scroll down, I think you have to scroll down. How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Boyus is loafing the entire length of the exhaust, the heat exhaust on top of my PC. He's being very efficient. I actually do need to get back into PvP though, because we have that tournament tomorrow on OCE. I'm probably playing Warrior, so I need to practice some Warrior in Crystal rank. As long as it's not White Mage. I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matzia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. Yeah, I think we're all good on the party comp front with things that we have available. You Mubi? Okay. You also enjoy pudding? Be more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. $1,000 gil. Huge. Alzadal III, I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. I wouldn't say Machinist is bad. I'd say it's fairly balanced. Better than Dancer in my opinion. By quite a bit. Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. Is there no other tank? Please! Oh.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Right then.
Why does he have to be everything? No, my warrior's not level 80, 90. It's 84. Black Mage is all I have. On this character, at least. Also, there was this, duty support. Oh, that's... hang on. I haven't looked at this. Do you not have to level them up anymore? That was always a massive deterrent for me. Duty support is levelless trust. Wait, so what's the point of leveling trusts? If this exists. Oh, it's the MSQ version. Ah, okay. Right, because I never used trust because I wanted to go back for reasons, like see how they interact with the dungeon, but I think I had to level them before if I wanted to do it again. So I never could. So it's nice that this is here. Oh wow. Pretty big update.
Right then.
Ori boulder. He the one at the waterfall? Alright, Curious Gorge. Oh, Hoary Boulder was a scion. I forgot. Doesn't Uriel struggle? I don't know. How do I play again? Oh, yeah, I'm still doing Shadowbringer's rotations. Why? Oh, I moved my UI. This is confusing. Why did I move it? What am I doing? Not that. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, okay, AoE is actually pointless. Force them to big pull? I need to remember my keybinds, hang on. It's been a long time playing Elden Ring. Oh, hello. Monkey. Not monkey. What are these? Healer adjust, please. Oh wow, everything dies so slowly. I'm regretting my decision. What am I doing? Not that was wrong. Oh well. Tank? Oh, good job.
Something special for you.
Well, this is better. They're dying about as fast as my regular dungeon runs. Because it's usually just me doing the damage there as well. Forgot to freeze. Hope I have enough MP for a flare. Okay. They run faster when I'm ahead. It looked like it. Good night, Mast. This gelatinous eyesore bars our path.
Make ready.
Oh! It is an Ultros. Reskinned Ultros. Right, where do they say to go? How do they know? Oh, thanks.
Something special for you.
You underestimate me.
Maybe I should have saved my... no, actually no, using this early is fine. How do they know so early? Oh, that cast. Wait, fire again? Why? Oh well. Wait, where'd we just come from? Brunel tricked me. He turned and faced that way. Oh no! Why am I opening coffers? I don't have the space for this. Oh. Lost my ice. Tank? Healer? Help! Healer adjust. I feel like that thunder, yeah, it's not even reaching the whole group. Oops.
Just the beginning.
Raha, why are you dead? You fool! Look at what you've done! Someone didn't use cooldowns. Yeah, I might do the Alliance raid. Do the story for it. Why is it? Oh, there's only one mob here. Let's go. Tank? 1 provoke? Are you serious? Unbelievable, Graha. Why stop at 1 mob? Good night, Pony. Okay, I might as well build resources on this first one. Then pull the others backwards. Gotta do better than that. Can't click on them. Come on, do AoE or something. Why is he almost dead? Justinian going? He's lost. He just ran around here, couldn't hit them, ran back. I already killed the spawner. His AI got confused. Am I going backwards? No, okay. Of course not. Oh, there's another one. I'm sure this will be fine. He provoked the spawner? Noob tank. Wait, is the spawner's fighting now?
Something special for you.
Did he use HG? I didn't even see. Wonder if it has a cooldown. The key guardians appear mechanical in nature, says Urianger. Oh, we have LB. No, my Xenoglossy. Oh, what a waste.
me.
Oh, hello. My ley lines.
Hold still.
What's this? Sustained damage over time. Is that ticking me through my mana ward?
Be gone.
16 minutes. Actually 17, isn't it? To be fair, we wiped a lot. Probably wouldn't be that slow. Help me! At least they're compliant. There's a lot of treasure in this place. Healer? Thanks. At least someone's reliable around here. You missed one. Please. Heal. Oh, they're doing AoE or something. Thought maybe I could give him a little bit of space. Oh, no point doing AoE now. Oh. I need to make a coffee after this. Why am I so tired already? Haven't even made it to PvP yet. Maybe that's why I'm so tired, actually. Wait a second, that's the wrong button. That looks ridiculous. Hello, Rui. Wait. Stop! Oh, no. Can I go back? Oh! That was close. My rotation! The Xenos Paladin cosplay PvP team just beat Haru's team? Is there a tournament going on right now? Wait a second. What's going on here? Oh, right. Did they win because of Paladin though? Why? He tried to kill me. In my ley lines. Oh, I see. Is he coming back? Uh-oh. Oh, I kept my Thundercloud. Nice. Warrior, Paladin, Sage, Sam, and another DPS. A white mage warrior, red mage? Oh, okay. Maybe I should be watching this. Maybe I'll check the VOD later. See how they play. Because we got the OCE tournament tomorrow, but I've never done any competitive PvP before. Completely new to me. I've never even watched it, so I'm at a disadvantage there. Oh, Ishtola showed up. Yeah, I always check the last chest. Nope. I should have seen what they said at the end. Too late now. Never doing it again.
What have we here?
Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Oops.
You and I will speak later.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Oh.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Oh, I can't touch it. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Even in the learned halls of Sharlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is a product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. No, not the slime. The Lalafell will do.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
Might have my game volume down.
In that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Azhdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Azhdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared, I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Azhdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Azhdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with ZhephZaeora. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that ZhephZaeora's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale was not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
When? Oh, right. Way back when. I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for ZhephZaeora.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Millennia have passed since last I saw her, but I see how do you say it? Asjaya in memory still, clear and vivid. They managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzethan. And now we can run the dungeon again. Does normally sit somewhere there. Hello, good. I need to make a coffee. Okay, I will be back soon. With coffee in hand. I am back. Kitty, thanks for 4 months. I was just going to get a coffee, but I had to acknowledge that first. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, now I will go. Okay, I'm back. Rice as well. Coffee and rice. Gotta make reading hard though. Hopefully voiced. Nope. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapikulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oops. Awkward silence. Okay, good luck, Kitty. 7% last raid now. Oh, close. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this? Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. With that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for ZhephZaeora, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another Void Sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. Oh right, volume, okay. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place, and my duty, is here now. Ah, I'd meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all Estinian's idea. I've forgotten what legends we were even talking about. PvP. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumoured origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? No? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. Bang, thank you for 8 months. Welcome back, much appreciated. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study. But the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Sharlayan as well. Mistress Kral was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realms. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? And think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Zeph and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bubble Brews. Why does it sound like Xenos? Yeah, it's not. Couldn't be. Throne of Earth. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from another. Why is it talking like a snake? I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. Wait, what did the first one say again? Since the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. Thrown open from the other. So I guess this is within the 13th. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. 10,000 years? Isn't that how long ago Elpis existed? Oh, it was 12,000. Okay. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. I think the 13 was the first shard they tried to rejoin. Yeah, they kind of messed it up though, didn't they? Destroyed the whole thing. I guess that was 2,000 years after the initial final days. And so these things have just been chilling. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Pause, champ. Is it you, Gerald? Is this who it is? Because he could be a Dark Knight. Actually, no, he couldn't, because he's alive. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Unfortunately, I don't recognize this guy. Hang on. No, I don't. Can't be Gerald has a hat on. Oof. Gerald's just getting roasted right now. The helmet design seems familiar though. If I'm supposed to know what it is now, yeah, you can say. Final Fantasy VI? Final Fantasy IV? Oh wait, I read it wrong. Yeah. It's time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. So they're still doing the old integration of other Final Fantasies in this one. Do I need to play Final Fantasy IV now? Should I add it to the backlog? It's a good joke, isn't it? Yeah, I had it on 44. Probably because I was doing dungeon runs. Yeah, that's actually why it was so low. I was doing dungeons and watching YouTube. And it was too loud. Normally I have it on 69. Daring the Wheelf. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Zeph, you are... I just started laughing at the groups thing. I don't know why it's so funny. Can't read through the smile, hang on. Okay. Now, Haps has embraced it. I think it even lives rent-free in his own head. If you ever hear him say the word groups, you can kind of... like, you can tell he's thinking about it. Zeph, you ought to visit Akyali and Yedlimad, speak with Matsia and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull ground. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, I'm trying not to laugh, we can reconvene at Megaduta. It really loves sending me here. Groups was just one of the Mr. Happy callouts during Eden's Promise. And he would say it with a certain emphasis to make sure that everyone heard it. So he'd be like, groups? And so, yeah. Anytime you wanted to say groups, you would go, groups? And it just sort of got even more and more emphasized. Oh, Zeph, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Yeah, can't wait for the new happy callouts to drop. Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. If I wasn't doing Ultimate Prog, I would be very happy to watch Ultimate Prog. I'd probably watch Arthas's team. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Arthas tends to be part of fast progging groups. He's always a good watch. And also, the occasional rant. They're always very good. Whenever something nonsensical is happening in team discussion or whatever. Greetings and welcome, traveller. If this is your first visit to ZhephZaeora, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. Yeah, I'll be on Paladin. Remember 3468 Chakuram as well? Arthur's stream is always good for things like that. Sorry, 3468 Chakuram. What a random choice of numbers though. The 3-4 pairing, and then 6, and then 8 went to the chakrams. But why? I never actually understood their strat. But I guess 1, 2, 5, 7 went the other way. Oh, it's Gleb. Hello, thanks for the raid. Did you wake up to raid? What did you have to do? Actually, that's kind of silly. I do that all the time. What a dumb question. That's actually pretty much the only reason I ever have to wake up is to raid. Few hours before you have to go outside. Make food. No, I mean make food in the time before going outside. So do I, Rio, funnily enough. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Stealing? At that price, you're the only thief around here. I am not Estinian. Estinian? Who is Ah. You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travellers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Sigh. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kelzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You have spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Barshan awaits your report at Megaduta. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnair has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yedlimad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. ZhephZaeora, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Aharon. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlaman. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes. Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. It takes a village. What's this referring to?
Of course, we must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kalzal seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered not as the blasphemy which terrorized Daphne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well.
Like, this guy's voice actor is out of place.
This bodes well for that boy.
Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nebdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. He asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Really shouldn't be as tired as I am right now. But I can't stop just yet. I have to do this 24 man, then I have to do some PvP still. If only I just took the loss. Why did I have to convince myself that I needed one win?
You discovered something new.
It ruined my day.
That device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening.
And the next day.
For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
It ruined my day in the sense that it just made me really tired. On the day, and the next day. The next day being today. I'm unreasonably tired right now. I thought I slept a lot, but I didn't actually look at the clock, so I have no idea.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them.
It's later each day. I'm moving forward to accommodate Ultimate.
Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
Gosetsu is.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
What of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Is this another lecture cutscene? Not quite.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit, In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
That must really suck. They're literally nerds if they know how to do that.
You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Perhaps, but what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
You can't just allay his fears like that.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved. I had a feeling you might say that.
Here is blah blah blah. Casual content is scary.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a Voidsent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made Voidsent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made Voidsent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Time to sneak? Oh.
Yes, it may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. Still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Oh, he's getting an adopted son. Isn't that cute? Our Estinian's growing up.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Must be pretty close to finished here, right? No? Drink water. Good idea. We're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? Old teacher man? I've forgotten his name. No one springs to mind? That guy. What of Scholark Montishane? Did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Oh, great. This is gonna be fun doing on all my alts.
Oh, my prime ran out, Seth's melt.
Well, thanks for bringing it back again, Devoid. Welcome back, I appreciate it. Thanks for 21. That's 9 plus 10. Oh, you can use the Aetheryte? Oh, but for my first time, maybe there's lore along the way. Where am I going? Oh, there's one right there. Is this retroactive? So can you use aetherites for the original ones? Oh. That would have given me a sub 9 speedrun. I'm glad they recognized that people absolutely hated having to run at NPC pace. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and laboured under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage, arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Oh, never mind me. 'Twas just an idle thought. Hello, old Monty. Was he in this classroom before? I thought he was on the other side last time. Ah, visitors, oh. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skulark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho! No furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Love, basically. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Sharlayan's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift? For one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. I think it'd be a little bit more than one night. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? I keep thinking about Interstellar for some reason. Ha ha ha, marvellous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. The question is what comes out. A skinless catman? Not skinless, furless, sorry. Oh, that would be horrifying. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Catman with no ears. They already exist, though. Just ask Gerald. Yes, that is the joke. I also made the joke. We can share, don't worry. He won't hear. Can't even ask him. All these Gerald jokes are funny. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuneau, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuneau on our side would tip the balance in our favour. Very well, we will pay a visit to the ZhephZaeora estate and plead our case. What? That one wasn't funny. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favour if you might share... Okay, maybe it was a little bit funny. If you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity? Of course, Scholark. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Where am I going? Ah. It's a... Cato? This? This is a cat. I found it. Oh, the pick, yes. That's Boyus, the cat. Only just started playing, had to watch a 2-hour guide. Such a thing exists? Was it a Mr. Happy guide? He has guides for everything. In fact, he's coming out with PvP guides now as well. Which I just find funny. Even Mr. Happy is in deep in the PvP. Shambles all around. Mr. Happy PvP. Oh wait, I did hear in passing that he did a PvP tier list. Where can I see it? Oh yeah, I mean, take your time. This game is a long journey. And, I mean, yeah. I guess that actually puts you ahead of a lot of people just watching a video that covers a lot of basic tips and tricks and things like that. It's on the YouTubes. Okay. It'll be interesting. I would probably reorder my tier list a little bit more now that I've played more PvP. Maybe I'll do that. I'll take my existing one, I'll shuffle it, and then we'll compare. I'll compare notes with Mr. Happy. He has a lot on S rank. Well, okay, so that's the thing. I didn't do S through D tier. I just sort of did nerf, small nerf, balanced, and so on. But maybe I should just put them into tiers. Maybe I should do an updated tier list that is literally just tiers. Because the restricting it to like small nerf and balanced made some people think, what would you even nerf about this? Does this need to be nerfed? Is this really balanced? But if I'd sort of just used lettering tiers, maybe that wouldn't have been debated so much. But I would still treat like B tier as sort of middle ground. You're told to ignore side quests and just focus on MSQ. Plenty enough. Oh yeah, the MSQ has been buffed a lot recently, so you should never really get level gated. They've streamlined the experience a lot so you can literally just enjoy the story, and there is a lot of it. Originally, once upon a time, the game was designed in such a way that it did need to sort of string out the content a little bit, but now there's just so much raw story content that I think they've recognized they don't need to pad the hours with unnecessary side content. You could use side quests for your other job levels. That's what I thought originally. I don't know how old the video is you watched, but that was a tip that I got when I first started this game many years ago. And so I did the same thing. I used the main story on my first way through, and I said, I'm just not going to touch the side quests. I will leave that for my second jobs. And then I just found out when it came to it that dungeon grinding, and now we have other ways to level beyond that as well. But at the time it was just dungeon grinding was actually more efficient. And so I ended up just never doing the side quests. However, any quest icons that are blue, they have a blue plus on them, or like a blue background with a plus. Those unlock additional content, so you definitely want to do all of those ones. Besides that, there are some quests that do happen to have interesting story. You would do them for lore reasons, basically. Not much beyond that. But if you like the story of the world, then they can be worth doing. Blue quest? Never heard of such a thing. Fluffer, every time I tell people to do the blue quest, I think the same thing. I think about that person that had a fit over people calling them blue quests. Oh yes, pressing control on the map is a big one. It means you don't have to zoom in to pick a teleport location. Which, funnily enough, used to be the default. Aetherites used to appear over all other icons, and then one day they put them underneath all the other icons and you had to start pressing control. I don't know why they made that change. It's so inconvenient, actually. And so many people don't know about the control. They are called, well, we call them blue quests because the icon is literally blue, but there was one person that got unreasonably upset at the prospect of... I mean, it's a meme with an origin. The origin being someone got unreasonably upset that someone was calling them blue quests. Ah yes, Novice Network. Yeah, the Sprout. Treasure the Sprout. Everyone loves sprouts. People love wearing the sprout on their alts as well. Wear it with pride. You know how people have kind of figured out only one person needs to be on the point to push in CC? They've apparently all forgotten a number of people does affect how fast the midpoint lock breaks. Yeah. There's nuance to pushing the point. One of them is you just need one person to take it there, but once it gets there, you kind of all just want to pile onto it and get it unlocked ASAP as possible. Start getting that progress. Limsa is the most bustling city because it has the most convenient facilities for people to use. Or at least that's why I find it. That's why I go there. Maybe other people just think it's pleasant as a hangout spot. I just like places that are convenient. Something I've been thinking about in Crystalline Conflict is sometimes people need to know when to give up a little bit of ground. And I don't mean you've lost half your team, let them push and group up. I mean, if it's not advantageous to be standing there on the point because you have no cooldowns and your team is recovering, don't stand there on the point. Just let it push back a little bit. It's okay. It's better that than dying and then just having to do a full reset and letting them push 50% of the way across. Miss Happy PvP tier list reaction when? When I finish the story content, I guess. We are now in the stall zone. Is Limsa the RP place? You'll find, depending on the server, the Quicksand in Uldar. Quicksand is the Adventurers Guild in Uldar. Is an RP hub, depending on the world that you're on. Is the transmog system good? I would say okay, so this game, Fashion, is the true endgame. The system for it, though, you have to physically have the items. And you can store them in what's called a glamour what's it called? Glamour... I keep forgetting the word. Glamour something. Dresser, that's the word. Yeah, the glamour dresser. You can put it there and apply it to glamour plates, so you can change your outfit on a whim via the glamour plate system. But yeah, unlike WoW, I hear in WoW, you just have to collect the item, and then you can change to its appearance whenever you want. Like, you don't have to keep the item, whereas in this game you do, unfortunately. But, I mean, yeah, people are always complaining they wish they had more slots for more outfits. I think we have, what, 20 plus now? Something like that, but still. 20 is fine for most people, I would say. Is Endwalker the end? It's the end of the first story arc, 8 years in the making. What I'm doing right now is the beginning of the next story arc, which has literally just started. So this is the first patch of the new story. What's that? They're aiming for 800 slots in the Glamour Dresser? We have 400 right now. They need to just make the entire system more robust. But, you know, Yoshi P did say they're trying to fix things one at a time. So, yeah. I think they're working on it. I think they acknowledge the parts of the game that are outdated or clunky, but they can't just do a massive overhaul of everything at once. They need to sort of iterate and do it bit by bit. Chip away at the hardened, crusty, stale spaghetti. Fix it? Fluffer. It's the new design, it's fresh. Working as intended, what do you mean? No, fresh for samurai. It's new and exciting for samurais. Now you get big numbers every single time. It's just your potential for big numbers are diminished. Bigger numbers, I should say. Your friend said it gets way better after Realm Reborn. Yes, 100% true. I would actually, it's not after a Realm Reborn. In my personal experience, it gets a lot better in the lead up to the first expansion. I think the story for me became a lot more gripping. A couple of patches before the end of the original release, the base game. Are people elitist in raids and dungeons? In dungeons, no, but dungeons are very streamlined. In fact, they just updated them to be even more streamlined, to the chagrin of various parties and factions. Depends on your perspective. It's the non-high-end raiding content is extremely accessible, and when I say accessible, I mean very hard to fail. It's basically unfailable. So, unlike in WoW, where you can easily flame a tank because they don't know where to go, which, in my experience, is completely fair because those things are labyrinths. I can't talk. Labyrinths. That's a hard word to say. Yes. I would say anything less than extreme. You can just hop in, and it is failable, but you can learn it in like 1 to 2 attempts if you're semi-decent. Like, you might wipe once, but it's kind of no big deal. You just pull again and you get the clear. Usually it only takes 1 wipe for everyone in the group to figure it out. Oh no, that's fine. Normally I would have questions welcome in my title. But I spent a month away playing Elden Ring, and I haven't fully gotten back into the regular swing of things. So I didn't put questions welcome because I myself am the one needing to ask questions right now as well sometimes. So I figured I wasn't the right person to be coming to for answers, depending on what it may be. For anything recent, I'm out of the loop. Because I played Elden Ring for a month. Yeah, definitely play it at your own pace. There's no rush to get to the end game. You'll get there when you get there, and there will be a current raid tier, whichever one it may be, when you get there, that you can jump into. Also, there are no real prerequisites for getting into the raids. You just have to get to max level, finish the story, and it'll open up to you. And you can literally just buy a crafted set of gear and go straight in. Definitely do the progression of normal raids, get decent at extreme, sort of understand the visual language and like the flow of how this game plays, and then I would say you're ready for Savage, which you can go into by joining a learning party, which typically only exist in the first, I want to say like 8 weeks, like 2 months of a raid tier releasing. I mean, they'll always kind of be there here and there, but your best bet is catching it in the first 2 months of a raid tier if you want to start learning, get your feet wet. And then when the next one drops, you'll be ready, like ready and waiting to just go straight in to the day one learning parties, the learning pugs. Paladin gear on Gunbreaker. Usually tank gear is universal to tanks. There are job specific things. Yeah, the job exclusive gear is not common. It's usually like a thing you get at the start of the expansion, but then it kind of branches out to just all tanks can wear all tank gear, all healers can wear all healer gear, and so on. Yeah, it's called fending gear. Yeah, the artifact gear is the stuff that's specific to a particular job. I mean, there is relic gear, like there are specific things here and there, but you're going to encounter general purpose gear far more often. But if you like the look of the Paladin aesthetic, because they do, the job specific stuff is styled after the theme of the job itself. So if you like that, you have to be on that job in particular to look that way. Or you can look like me and wear literally nothing but a slime hat. I am the slime, by the way. You know that base level cap gear you get when you reach 50, 60, 70, 80, 89? Yes. Oh, someone was asking what the artifact gear was. Yeah. The heavy armor. Are you talking about the one where the body and headpiece are a one-piece pudding? Yes, that one. That one's great. Yeah, Warrior's fun. I actually like Warrior, this expansion. The trash can of vending. What's it called? I'm gonna have to go to a marker board. Yeah, it sits in the chest slot and you can't wear a helmet because it comes with a helmet. Aggro management is far easier in this game. As a tank, you have what's called a tank stance, which gives all of your damage a massive aggro multiplier. So basically, as long as you're doing regular damage, you're going to hold aggro. You don't really have to do anything special, except hit everything once. And your AoE abilities are efficient for just hitting more than 2 mobs. So 3 or more. As a general rule, use AoE for 3 or more. For 2 mobs or less, just use your single target rotation. Just the damage amounts on the AoE versus single target kit is basically almost always better for 3 or more. Yeah, unless you're Gunbreaker, but if we're talking general rules, the game's pretty much entirely designed around 3+ being the AoE situation. Limit breaks are a thing that it's a resource that the party builds up, and anyone in the party can use it, but it spends the gauge for the entire party. There will be situations where you will be required to use it as a tank. You kind of learn those. There are certain fights where it's actually necessary for a tank to do it, to survive certain damage. The tank limit break is basically huge damage mitigation for the party. Limit break 1 I think is 20% mitigation, level 2 is 40, and level 3, I'm forgetting now, level 3 is it 80 or 90? I think it's 90, isn't it? Forgetting these things off the top of my head. Too much PvP, too much Elden Ring. But anyway, not only is it massive damage mitigation, but there are also certain fights that will literally kill you if you don't use it. So it's literally a requirement. However, so basically if you're ever sitting there and the enemy's charging up a massive move, and you see a countdown on your screen, and it's saying, this move executes in 10, 9, 8, 7. That's basically a cue for you to press tank limit break. Like, that's usually what happens. Like, the countdown is telling you, you're going to die if you don't do it here. And as a general rule, do it with less than 5 seconds on the countdown to make sure that it covers the damage. Because it only lasts 6? Is it 6 or 8 seconds, LB3? You saw the main damage dealer of Warrior on Vid was this spinning axe cyclone thing you spam 5 times. That would be Fellcleave. Can you pick another DPS type because you prefer the look of Earthquake multi-move stuff? Oh, the AoE being Decimate, where they slam the ground. You use them situationally. So you'll, like, for single target situations, you'll be spamming Fellcleave, which actually upgrades to Inner Chaos later on. So your video must have been pre-Shadowbringers, the expansion before this one. The one you watched. And Decimate turns into Chaotic Cyclone. It's not PvP. I need to do this before Ultimate launch on Tuesday. Otherwise I'm never going to. Work begins on Tuesday. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's not always Inner Chaos. It's when you press a certain ability that upgrades it. Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind. Everyone else might, I don't. But, yes, let us resume. Ah, Master Zeph, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Mr. Happy's PvP tier list is 36 minutes. Well, well, Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Only thing you're struggling with at the moment is pronouncing words and places in game. Don't worry, everyone does. Then pray proceed, you have my full attention. Basically, once you hear it in a cutscene, that's when you know how it's pronounced. And then you just remember it from then on. Also, Urianger. Orange. Asmon called him Uber Danger. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Sometimes I've called him Yuri Anger. Skolak Monty expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? Love. Love, Tars, love. For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. There's no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. Scions are... you should be introduced to them very early on, like level 12 or something like that. It's the organization you join right at the beginning. So that's not a spoiler or anything. It's basically the core of everything you do. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Collections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet, the forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. The slime is. The slime is controlling the Lalafell. Have you ever watched Adventure Time? Have you seen the episode Jake Suit? It's kind of like that. Giada, thanks for follow. Oh, wait, what? I'll speak with her here. He gets up to a minuscule amount of tomfoolery. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Sharlayan, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. Does anyone in the player base know where the story goes after Endwalker? This is it. This is the beginning of the new story. So what I'm going through right now is the extent of what anyone knows. This only came out last Tuesday? Tuesday before last. It's been out basically a week and a half. Yeah, I mean, everyone has theories. I have my own theories too. But we're not really gonna know. They've been good at throwing some twists at us. But, I mean, there's no real room for twists in a new story. We're in the setup phase for a new arc. Final Fantasy XII armor? That would have been hang on, Final Fantasy XII. Which armor from 12 is in this game? There was a 13 crossover event, so they implemented 13 outfits. What stuff from 12 do we have? Oh, Ivalice, of course. Yeah, the 24 mans from 2 expansions back. Yeah, you can farm that stuff. It's hard to farm though. Like, odds of getting exactly what you want is low, but you know, that's why. That's why it's called farm. Are they connected? There are theories that this game is sort of like the central connection to all the other ones, and that everything is interconnected. Any Final Fantasy VII? There's the Cloud outfit, but without the sword, without the Buster Sword, right? Yeah, veteran reward. Although there is a weapon, I think there is a Dark Knight sword that looks like a Buster Sword, basically as a Buster Sword. There's a Zidane outfit as well, I think. That's also a veteran reward. And then there's the what's her name? Lightning outfit. Squall's outfit too, yeah. Oh yeah, there was an entire raid tier of not quite 12 fights. More like 10 that were basically just fighting bosses from other games. You want so many mounts and armor pieces, then you'll fit right into this game, because that's what a lot of people spend their time doing. Wait, moving on. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavour, and bid you good day. Can you search for a specific armor piece? Garlandtools.com is what I tend to use when looking up stuff. It's basically a database of everything in the game. .org actually, sorry. But yeah, there's the market board that you can go through, but that doesn't have stuff that's not tradable, which is any dungeon piece, any raid piece, of which there are very many. Yeah, there's heaps of stuff that won't show up on the market board. I kind of like that though, in a way, because there is that mystery when you see someone that looks unique in this game, and you're like, oh, what's that they're wearing? And you right click on them and you inspect their gear and you're like, oh, that's what it is. Or usually you don't even know what it is, then you look it up. I like that people can look unique in this game. Like, some people can find obscure ways to make a rare outfit, I guess, one that people don't wear often. And yet, generally, once you sort of get yourself into a community in this game and you're playing with the same people all the time, you actually learn what they look like. Like, people have an appearance, and so you can recognize people. Like, the character creation isn't that robust in terms of facial features and body types and all that, but you still recognize people just by their outfits or their style. Like, some people just tend to look a certain way. So you might see them at a distance without seeing the name, their nameplate, and you're like, oh, there's that person. I recognize them. And if you look at my character, I've looked like this for, what, 7 years? Something like that? Yeah, 7 years, I think. So I take pride in being particularly recognizable. You want to see a screenshot? Yeah, those have been locked away in Numenon in the Forbidden Archives. That's forbidden knowledge, you're not allowed to see that. Seek permission via the forum, but I don't think permission is going to be granted in this case, not for something like that. Can you add elemental effect to a weapon, make your axes flaming? There are weapons that have flaming effects. But you can't just apply those things. Like, you can't apply enchantments like that. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. You had to tattoo eyebrows? That's what I did. The thick eyebrows are necessary. I put them on all my characters. Does he not get cold? I don't know, not my problem. Yeah, I put the eyebrows on all the Lalafels. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Might as well pick this up. No, I don't. I can't be bothered. I want to read it all at once. I'm going the wrong way. Am I? No, I'm not. Are the Scions aware? No, because they never look at my eyes. My eyes are up here. They're always looking down here. It's so rude, actually. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but yarms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archon Y'shtol and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Sassy step. Jazzy piano.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Can't believe they let a muscle-brained pleb just wander in here with her. Voice still low? Turn the whole thing up. I've turned up the mids a bit, maybe that'll help. Untitled journal? No. Weighty tome? No. Leather-bound log? The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Daemir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Sharlayan Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Ishtola will need to make the final confirmation. That was so easy. Literally one shot of the book. No smoking! No throwing books and no yelling out Eureka in an obnoxiously loud voice. Okay. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. You mean the weathered gear? Why does that stuff even exist? Didn't read the fanfic. Oh, you know what? You're right. I didn't get to read all the other books. I can't go back. I guess I'll do it next time. Well done, Zeph. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daemir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Is the volume better now? Oh.
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious.
I've been saying it wrong my entire life. So that's what I was saying about you hear it said in a cutscene and then you know how it's pronounced. I've been calling it Atomos this whole time. This is the first time it's ever been said in a cutscene, a voice cutscene. It's Atomos. We got here a Da Vinci sketch for some reason. Some rocks. Probably something to do with resonance? Wormhole? That's a problem with the English language. Yeah, usually you can only ever infer pronunciation based on a presumed origin language. But for stuff like this, who knows what it's based on? Devs are nerds, by the way. Their references, like their naming conventions for things are so nerdy. Like they'll name something and then you look up what it is and it's like based off some ancient language from like 1,500 years ago from some obscure culture, and it's like, how do you even know this? And how did you come up with it? I got louder but the voice didn't? I boosted the mids for the output audio, not myself. My microphone didn't change. There's a lot of French. I mean, we now have Indian as well. There's what is it? Scottish as well. Like, there's references from pretty much everywhere. So if you're familiar with the region that a place is based on, then you can kind of figure out the pronunciation. Yeah, a bunch of Greek. Welsh, is it? Rosa Welsh. Then what else? There's obviously the Asian region of Kugane and, well, Othard rather. What is Gridania? That's a good question. What is it? When will we get authentic Aussie region? That's Mericidia. That's what we're getting eventually. Gridania basically gets the hippie commune. Yeah, who knew? With a name like that, who would have thought? Well, apparently Wind Up Kangaroo is literally in the game. Is it? I saw a screenshot, hang on. It is. And it comes from Mericidia. The win is a V sound, isn't it? Blow his vin. Just sneeze, it's close enough. Blowfish win. You know, I've played a bunch of GeoGuessr, and the number of times I've confused South Africa for Australia is too much. They have similar latitude, so I guess it makes sense. Well, they're both just red desert. Just long roads in the middle of desert. It looks the same as Australia. When you get dropped in the middle of nowhere with no signs, how are you to tell the difference? You know, Dandros, I wanted to learn to say that, but I haven't done it yet. You know, just to flex. The flora? No, even then, some of their trees are the same. Or like, sometimes it's just like shrub territory, and there's nothing notable. The sun? Well, their latitude is about the same, so the sun's kind of in the same position. And I think that's why the climates look the same as well. Well, yeah, but the weather forecast guy was just doing his job. Oh, that was echoey because I turned up the mids. Cinderella's, thanks for the follow. Hello. Well, no one brought me a shrubbery, so I don't have one to study, unfortunately. Anyway. This is a cutscene. We are in the middle of a cutscene. Atomos. That's where this whole thing started. What a tangent. Okay.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
Bella Demorta, thanks for following.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
That's a story? Good.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for.
It's pretty bat-chest good.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
What if you just accidentally read every single book before you found the one you were looking for? Something has been added to the something. Wonderful! More green dots. Unending codex. Oh no. Oh. Can I do this later? There's so much reading. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. I'm just imagining that thing being the SpongeBob meme, actually, every single time it talks. If anyone can help us, Nadana can. I say we return to ZhephZaeora and look for her at the great work. I'm imagining it too. I'm wondering what Pharaoh's gonna do when he reads that now. Oh, great work. Okay. Toilet paper time. I don't think Pharaoh's enjoyed the story yet, has he? Has he? Maybe he did on day one, I don't know. Oh, wait, I was yawning, stop! Oh man, I missed it. Ishtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Wait, did we just steal it? Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daemir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask. What do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty? Today's a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favoured the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there is known to enliven the flow of ether. Hang on. Is it ascetics? Now I'm wondering about this one.
Ascetic.
No, I was right the first time. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Monkey. Why is that load screen faster than PvP? I just went from here to here. That was almost instant. Doesn't make any sense. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Zeph. Void Theory. This seems like the end of the patch. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? King Heratic, thanks for follow. All within one server, PvP is cross-world? Yeah, within a data center. Just like any other queued content. Ship is yours to command. Now thanks, we set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Elzadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Alliance raid after. It's 2 AM! I've been doing this for 5 hours.
Impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty.
How much stalling have I done? This is apparently 2 hours worth of content.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
So hello, Darkviz.
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
You would probably just jump right in while holding it. That's what I think Justinian would do.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough.
Another Porksy?
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
Boyus is looming dangerously over the keyboard.
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I don't want him to skip anything.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water!
What? Who was that? Ayaya.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now, that was adorable.
The shame.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
Oh no, one of them's gonna die.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
So, Boyus decided to loaf himself in my arms. Both of them. I can't progress the cutscene. I'm stuck. How'd he manage to get both? He always needs... So he lies across my left arm, but he needs my right hand to dangle his arm over. He's very greedy. Okay, and now he's getting up. Not comfortable enough for you, am I? Froth and foam. I forgot what I was answering.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Yes, please.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void. I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Dead.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
I wouldn't touch it.
Poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Oh.
out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
Hurry up! Oh.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Very scary imps.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Please. What? He said no. Please, off the keyboard. Okay, fortunately it was the end. Oh, there's more. Once Nadana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. His adopted son. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Because it's embarrassing, it's his hidden soft side. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? I don't know, but this is a great time to bring Nero back into the story. Since he has experience with that. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. You know who's even less of a stranger? With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Relga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Yeah, Nero, only the best character in the entire game. Thanks for the free teleport. Zeph, what brings you to the Ironworks? He did help out with the, what's it called, spaceship thing. What did they name it again? I've forgotten. We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch... Yes, finally, I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. A genius has no need for safety protocols. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadana is getting on with the mock Atomos. We never got to see Nero, unfortunately.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
I haven't done all the role quests. I forgot.
I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Radzat-Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep ZhephZaeora safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
Oh! Big boy voice.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Pull it together, mate.
You're saying I should seize this chance? Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither ZhephZaeora nor Radzat-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Varshan will depart ZhephZaeora for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach this conclusion. It was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Boyas is sniffing the keyboard. What does he hope to find? Oh, Boyas, no! Stop! My story! Where were we? What of your own answer then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers could serve. Should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. What if the 13th is the new deep dungeon? That's like the third time we've wandered today, or at least adding on to my wanderings of what is the new deep dungeon. So we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for ZhephZaeora. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nadana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. Oh, this is the end. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Zeph, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We're headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveller, an adventurer at heart, this I know. Meanwhile, in the 13th. That guy's been walking so slowly. Oh, floating. They started the patch like 10 meters back. How slow do you want to go? Oh wait, who is this? They did a face reveal, but I don't know who it is.
To be swallowed, bereft of senses.
Let paths unwalked, adventures spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Our journey into the void promises to be neither short nor simple, yet I will persevere. I have kept my sister waiting for far, far too long. The 13th Azem. Well, I need to go to the toilet. Boyus is probably hungry, that's why he was sniffing my keyboard. Looking for something, anything edible. And then... might it smell like food? I don't know, that's the first time he's ever sniffed it. PvP. I actually do need to practice some warrior PvP before the tournament tomorrow. Maybe the 24-man can wait for now. Because it is already getting late. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, and we figured I go warrior. Although Kyra's saying paladin good. Good in organized play, and like, I get that, it can be. The question is, like, I don't know. No, there's no bans. Not in this one. It's play whatever you want. I don't know how a high-level paladin would be utilized around a team that is actually coordinating. Like, how do you utilize cover and not just blow up instantly? I think it's very positioning sensitive. Actually, Kyra, any chance you could DM me a time-stamped VOD for what you watched of Haru's team losing to a Paladin team? How organized can we get in less than 12 hours? Well, I can't imagine many people being all that organized, and, you know, we're just doing it for fun, so... We'll do, I mean, let's just go and have some fun, win or lose. It's all good. The tournament is on OCE. There's an FC organizing, or have organized a PvP tournament, and I got asked if I wanted to throw a team together for it. To which I said yes, because I think that would be fun to participate in. Yeah, it's the housing furnishings at stake. When is it? 8 PM tomorrow. Yeah, it's all for fun, but nonetheless, I always take all forms of competition seriously, even if... Like, you know, there's taking it seriously in the sense that, like, you really want to win, and there's taking it seriously as in, you try your best, regardless of how you feel about it. And I am the latter. That's true in general, in pugs, but there's an argument to be made that Paladin can be good in a team that is playing around it and using cover properly. Oh, thanks, Kyra. I need to go to the toilet, and Boyus is probably hungry, so I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. What should I look at first? Happy's tier list? Yeah, the tier list is kind of long. Maybe we skip through a little bit.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and in this video, I'm going to be making a tier list for PvP for Final Fantasy XIV. I've been getting asked about this non-stop since the patch came out, so I'm just going to do something kind of chill. You know, I'll just take each job, I'll talk about a point against it, a point for it, and we'll just place them somewhere on this S to D ranked tier list. It's only been out a week and a half, don't take it too seriously, and even if a job that you want to play is ranked kind of low, I've seen every job do pretty well in the right circumstances, in the right hands, so don't worry too much about it. But the S tier is something you'll definitely need to be paying pretty close attention to. So I think we should probably start with the melee DPS. I think they're the biggest role, probably the best one to start with. And I'm going to start with Reaper. So it's unfortunate that we have to start with Reaper. I feel like it's probably pretty important to get it out of the way. Quite frankly, Reaper's just not doing it in PvP right now.
I'm a bit loud.
There's some pretty cool stuff in there. They're able to charge a limit break a little bit faster. Their limit break is actually pretty good. It's an AoE Hysteria, breaks guards, and it gives them access to Enshroud. But other than that, they just have such a hard time having an impact on the game. Their AoE heavy is largely overlooked. Their Death Warrant, which allows them to store up damage and deal a big burst based on the damage they deal to the marked target, is it's infrequent, and it requires a very specific combo that can be really hard to pull off in anything outside of the lower ranks. And they just don't have a great way of getting into the fight, getting a kill, getting out, and their burst is just, it's so inconsistent. If you're snowballing, or if you're behind and you can make a play with the ultimate, it could do all right. But I think if you were trying to climb through the tiers, Reaper would probably not be a great choice, unless you were just really good at it, in which case you would probably be okay. Reaper's got to get thrown in D tier. They need something. I'm not entirely sure what. I don't know if they just need a shorter limit break time. At the very least, get rid of the animation lock on Enshroud. It's just, Enshroud is so much of their damage. Probably also get rid of Communio's cast time. I know it has it in PvE, but probably get rid of it in PvP. I wouldn't really recommend playing Reaper unless you really, really like the aesthetic. It's definitely going to be a rough.
I mean, I can just turn this
now,
off.
moving on to the next melee, we have Monk, which, man, it's kind of sad. I have to start with two jobs that I don't think are performing super well in PvP right now, and Monk is definitely on that list. Now, again, much like Reaper, Monk has a pretty cool idea and aesthetic that just doesn't execute all the way. They basically end up trying to get in with Thunderclap, get a stun, and then knock someone back with the buffed Enlightenment. And then they can't really do anything after that. If they have their limit break, most of the time they can actually one-shot somebody with that combo. They'll just follow up the Enlightenment with a limit break. But the fact that their Phantom Rush, their strongest GCD, is locked behind a 7-part combo. They have no form of CC control, so they end up just getting demolished even more than the other melees actually do. And Riddle of Earth, the only real skill they have other than Thunderclap to protect themselves, is super inconsistent. It doesn't reduce damage taken, and it can wear off, it can get stunned out of, and you won't even get the heal or the bonus damage from it. So probably would have to make some adjustments, lower the amount of combos from 7 to 4 in order to get the Phantom Rush. Maybe add some synergy with Thunderclap in some capacity, or maybe shorten the timer on Enlightenment.
CC is crowd control.
Things, but I think realistically,
stun, silence,
maybe giving them
bind, so on.
immunity to a crowd control element would probably go a long way as well. Unfortunately, they only perform equal to or mildly better than Reapers. I think because they have higher execution potential, they can literally just walk in, choose a target, and one-shot them as long as they don't get CC'd out of the combo. I think that just lets them in C, but it's an uphill battle. You're gonna feel it real hard if you try picking
Hang
up
on.
Buck.
Before he continues, where's that link? I'm gonna put together mine again quickly. Using the same rankings. Wait, where is it? Oh, it saved my link. Okay, so I'll just change this. Oh wait, S. If we're working off these tiers, I'd probably put Red Mage up here now. Because Red Mage, after playing more, Red Mage is the one job where the moment I hear that melee combo hitting me, I run. I run, I spam heals, I try and get to a guard. Because that'll just blow you up. You're just dead. And then on top of that, they have the rest of their kit. So, yeah, Red Mage, definitely S tier. Warrior... I actually feel less threatened by warriors now than I did early on, but they still have the grab. The warrior is all about the grab. I would probably put them bottom of S tier, just because of the yoink, which is pretty much a kill button if your team follows up. Let's see, probably bumping Scholar up after playing it a bit. It's hard to quantify. I feel like I actually had an easier time on Scholar than I did on Sage. It's so hard to say that Scholar is really good when it doesn't feel like you're doing anything, but it might actually be A tier. Just because of the win rate I was getting off it. Like, it was just working. It just works. But probably bottom end of A tier. Dark Knight, probably C. Paladin, if played well, probably B. Machinist, probably B. Samurai, I'd probably bump up to bottom of A as well. Ninja, probably A tier. Summoner. I think probably Summoner top end of B. With Sage. Machinist behind that. Happy put Reaper D tier. I kind of agree with his assessment. As it is right now, I'd actually put Dancer at the bottom. Dark Knight C, Black Mage C, Reaper. I'd probably leave Reaper in C. Astro, I need to play more Astro. Because Astro is kind of similar to Scholar in that it has hidden value, so I don't really know. I don't think I played Astro enough. I played it for 5 matches only, I think. And like, it was okay. But this... I'm gonna put it at a tentative B just because it does have LB generation. And the double slow into bind, or heavy into bind, is pretty decent on a low cooldown. So yeah, I'd probably put them in B. Probably bump Paladin up. Maybe to here. I think Black Mage... Should Dark Knight be B? Black Mage I think is more valuable than Monk. B tier? C is kind of like, you look at C and you're like, oh, it's kind of bad. B is like, yeah, it's fine, it's average. I think Black Mage is maybe just a little bit under that. A little bit under average. So I'd probably say... The tier list is something like this. You put Monk above Black Mage, you think? If Black Mage is played well, the AoE stuns, like the stun spam, if you have an LB, is actually pretty good. I'm just thinking about every so often a Black Mage causes me problems. I've run into fewer problematic monks, I would say, than Black Mages. Dark Knight, I'm not that worried about Dark Knights anymore. Early days they were stronger than they are now, I think because people just know to just leave them alone when they LB. Machinist average, yeah, I'd say Machinist is average. I don't worry about them too much. Bards can be pesky. The silence on Bard is good. Samurai's just good in the way that their LB is a big threat the moment that it exists. Perhaps even more so than Ninja. I think I worry about... This is basically a worry list. Like, how much do I worry when they exist? And I worry about Samurai a little bit more than Bard, actually. If I was watching Violent mauled on Reaper... I mean, I did play Reaper and I struggled to make it do much. But I'm reserving D tier for these two. I think these Gunbreaker, Dancer are bottom of the barrel. I put Reaper bottom of C. With Dark Knight, Monk and Black Mage a little bit above that. And then if we're looking at like absolute average, I think these five. With Summoner, Sage being a little bit higher than A tier. All of those S tier. I think I'm happy with this. I'll leave it like that, and then we'll compare to Mr. Happy's at the end. Already we know that he's got Reaper D tier, Monk in C, so... Slight disparity, although I'm putting Reaper at the bottom of C, so it's pretty close. You think because Monk can get a pick every 60, it at least gets a B? I think the problem with Monk is what happens within those 60 seconds. I think that's the problem that Monk deals with. But
unfortunately,
yeah. Oh, that's loud. Loud for me, at least. That's just my own assessment.
The next three melee are all kind of fun to talk about. I'm going to start with Dragoon. This pick has been a menace since day one. It is a job with so much range damage, so much burst potential, and one of the hardest to see limit breaks that just completely turns around or ends games. The fact that their limit break is just this light little blue puddle on the ground, you're like, ooh, what's that? And then it comes crashing down and half of the team is dead, if not all of the team. They're really hard to lock down. They can get rid of a heavy or a bind. Again, they have this backflip in order to also use a range attack that deals like 20,000 damage. And as soon as they do that, they gap close in on you and then follow up with another weapon skill. They even have a heal on one skill. That's not that big a deal, but it does give them a little bit more survivability. I'd say the only real downside is that if you get stuck in Life of the Dragon and you haven't Horde Roared the opponent, you're probably gonna die. Oh yeah, and they have an AoE everyone deals 50% less damage to me button. It's supposed to synergize with their kit because they can take 25% more damage, but either way, it just makes them way harder to kill if they manage to get it off into an entire team. Probably not the biggest problem on the team, but one of the biggest problems, and definitely one of the most reliable jobs if you actually want to climb. You may not necessarily win all the games with that limit break, but trust me, you're gonna win enough of them with it to definitely warrant it to be up in the S tier. Now next we're gonna talk about Ninja. Ninja is kind of weird. weird because Ninja's actually secretly a ranged DPS. While they do have some melee skills and they definitely have reasons to get into melee range, whether it be to stun a target twice or even stun 2 different targets, or in order to go for their assassinate after their Shikuchi, or of course to execute their limit break. They have so much play potential and so much versatility at all ranges that it can be genuinely infuriating. Shikuchi,
Yes,
canceling
Skogul
your
is
target
blood
a
for
big
blood.
one because they're going invisible. It's a great way to shake aggro and confuse people as to where you're going. They have a shield, they have a bonus heal, they have, again, a ranged nuke with Hyosho, they have an AoE dot they can apply. Doton's there. I very rarely see people use it to contest points, but it is there. And then they could just throw shurikens just to get so many of them. They, again, it's just super, super frustrating to try to play against them and keep track of where they are at the same time. Not to mention their limit break. Completely swing a game. Kill someone if they're under 50%, and then you could just chain it. Somebody else under 50%, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them. It's frustrating to play against, but probably really, really fun to play. They have to go S tier as well. There's no way I can... I fought back and forth because I see more Dragoons and Samurais. At least I saw them in the first week. But the more
It's
I see
interesting
Ninja,
that
the
he's
more
putting
I
them in
genuinely am
S.
like, I need this person.
I guess we have
gone.
different ideas
I
about
need
what
them
S
gone.
tier
Speaking
is.
of which, Samurai, last of the melee. This job really annoys me. And so it's also going to go in the S rank. I'm going to tell you that right now. So here's the thing with Samurai. The big thing that everyone's talking about is their limit break, Zentetsuken. What is it, like 24,000 damage at base?
Like, if
and AoE,
everything's
but if
S,
you have your counter attack,
nothing
your
is.
Chi-10 up, and people
That's
hit
the
you
way I
one
treat
damage
it.
at base in an AoE,
Oh,
but
Boyus
if
is...
you have your counter
Boyus.
attack, your Chi-10 up, and people hit
Please.
you, Zentetsuken now does 100% of your HP as damage. If you have a shield up, you'll live. Most of the time, that's not going to be the case, especially in the heat of a team fight. You'll see plenty of clips, and you might even do it yourself. You might completely turn a fight by killing 2, 3, 4, even 5 different people. And then you'll just be infuriated. Maybe someone on your team will do it too. And you'll be glad that you really have a samurai. But the fact that the job is mobile, it can bind, it can stun, it can burst, it can do everything. The solution being to not attack them when they have Zentetsuken, the most common advice that's given is to track Chi-10, is that they're not weak outside of Zentetsuken. They are menacing outside of Zentetsuken. They disrupt so much of the game. Whether it just be forcing you onto a different target and killing you, or forcing you to try to one-shot them, and if you don't, they're probably going to do it right back to you. So Samurai, easy S tier. Any of those 3 melees will net you a pretty clear path forward. You just have to have your mechanics otherwise all set. So with the melee's done, let's move on to the ranged physical. This is a little bit better of a role to talk about because there are some interesting points, and it's not so one-sided as the melee role is, either bottom or top. We're going to start with Dancer. Dancer is largely accepted to be one of the worst jobs that you can play, only because it's hard to swing games on your own. There is some strength to Dancer's kit. The fact that they are mostly ranged, they do have some support to help keep people alive and to enhance the damage of your dance partner. But the big thing is the charm. Their limit break is an AoE charm. It's a huge range, and if you're in range when it starts casting, even if you get out of range, you will still be charmed. This 2 to 4 second CC can literally make or
Dancer
break
climb is
games,
impossible,
but
I already
only
tried.
if your teammates do something about it. Which means that if your team doesn't, it's done. So while there are some niche uses to instantly win the game with charm, such as charming people off of the point during overtime, most of the time you just kind of look at Dancers and go, you know, it's just really, really unfortunate for them. The fact that I really don't agree with Reaper and Dancer both being here, they're kind of similar. I think most people would kind of put them, yeah, you know what, I'm going to leave that there. Reaper and Dancer, generally the most looked down upon and the hardest to climb with. But again, one good ult from either of them fortunately has game-changing potential. It's just the huge power trough that they hit in between that, where you just wish you had a different job on your team. But if you have that good one, be very grateful for them because they're few and far between, and appreciate all the ones that do play well. Moving on to Machinist. Machinist have actually bounced around a little bit. So I played a lot of Machinist going up through the ranks, up till Platinum. The more I played it, the harder it seemed to play, until I started kind of approaching the job
Scholar's rough to climb. I actually got
getting the
to
combos
Crystal
down. You know,
on
first
Scholar.
couple of days we had
all the way
ideas
from
of,
Plat.
like, what we wanted to do, but then you know you start.
That
to
was
get a little
my
bit more
climbing
used to
job.
things, and some things start to make more sense. And after playing Machinist a decent bit more, I actually really, really like this job. I think there's some aspects of it that could definitely be improved. I think the slow cast time and the walking speed really makes being chased feel even worse than a lot of other jobs do. On top of that, actually getting into a hypercharge window feels incredibly unrewarding. And the carousel of your tools, drill, bioblaster, air anchor, and chainsaw, is a bit questionable. Bioblaster can be very risky to run up and get. Air Anchor is great and Drill is great. Chainsaw being this weird random chance to one-shot people, I don't like that as part of the kit. If there was some way to ensure a one-shot with it, but it was very difficult to achieve, for me that would be almost more acceptable. Like maybe if Marksman's Spite was less powerful, but if you hit them with
I just
Marksman's
wasn't
Spite, they
enjoying
would
Paladin
dive and
Revenge.
chainsaw them, they would.
People not
Even
using
that's
cover.
a little bit, I'd prefer to
Covering
see
them and
Chainsaw's
watching
effect
them
changed,
guard for the
and I'd
entire
prefer to see something
duration.
done about
I was
Hypercharge.
basically just
But other
done.
than that, I mean, they have an AoE in the form of the mortar. They have a knockback. So it's really just their mobility and the carousel and hypercharge. So you can do really well. Machinist is definitely a job you should consider climbing on if you're looking at the ranged DPS jobs. But would I want to put it in A tier or B tier? This is the problem. It's just, I guess amongst the ranged, if I want to place the ranged all in different, I probably put it in B tier. But the way it feels when you play well on it, you do have a pretty good impact on the game. I think that just on the virtue of my third one, I'm already going to spoil it, going into A tier. I think on that virtue alone, I'll go in B. But a well-played Machinist will certainly earn an A. I think this is the most fair way I can put it, because our final range DPS is Bard. Bard is kind of questionable also about the AB rank. And that's only because of its ultimate, its limit break, I should say. Sorry, terminology. The limit break is really just for assisting the team. So again, if the team doesn't do well, you suffer a lot as a Bard. However, getting a more limit break gauge on top of the other effects of the limit break is sometimes all you need to finish or come back into a game. Just those limit break timers. So they're very team dependent. And that's why I have a hard time putting them in A tier. But I am giving them A tier for a couple of reasons. One, they have these haste buffs that increase their mobility a lot. They can get, I think it's up to 3 haste buffs. I think all of their buffs have some form of haste component. And so they end up just becoming a machine gun inside of their ultimate as long as they can stack their other buffs up with it. On top of that, when they're stacking their buffs, if your team is doing well, they do way, way better. But it's not even just that. The fact that they have this jump back and repelling shot gives them a much handier mobility, and it also binds. So that's great. The fact that they have a bind, they have the jump back, they can stay safe, and they're going to deal better damage from that back range. Helps a lot. However, the silence right now with the way the game is balanced is agonizingly infuriating to play against. You will jump into a team, you will be silenced, and this will come up when we talk about a certain other job later, and you will hate life. And the fact that Bard is another job that can contribute to that, it just gives them such a power that the other range don't have. Yes, Air Anchor has a bind and a stun. Bio has a heavy.
That's what I think as well, Revenge.
Somebody with Marksman Spite as long as you
getting
get
your
the
team
combo
to
down.
cycle LBs
But Bard has a
faster
lasting
is
impact
game changing.
that is then accentuated upon your team being better. So the fact that they have the silence, the bind, the jump back, the massive amounts of damage buffs they can give to the team, and the extra limit breaks you'll probably generate because you have a Bard, they have a better.
I take
impact
longer
on a
to react to
full 5
silence
minute to overtime
than
game
I do to stun.
than I think a Machinist has. But again, I could swap either of those on any given day. It's almost like
because you don't stop moving when you're silenced,
and it's exchangeable per player. So don't take that one too seriously.
It's just all of a sudden your hotbars don't work anymore.
I wish I'd played Bard more, because it's just the impact I see is super, super big, especially in the Crystal rank. Now we should top off the DPS and do the casters. This is a role that is very strong. You cannot go wrong for the most part by picking any of the 3. But
Yeah, I like
Bard.
Bard. They're my second favorite
much
to
like
play.
With PvE, you are feast or famine. If you can have a good game, if you can CC people, dot people, if you can stay safe, if you can get your deep sleeps at good times, if you can properly, completely control a point with your limit break, an untouched Black Mage is one of the scariest things in the game. It is infuriating to play against, and it is hilarious to play as. But you are one bad jump on from having the worst time of your life. You have super low health, your shield is tied to a point-blank AoE, your swift cast is tied to a dash, which you can cast on yourself, but if your team's not in a great position for you to zip around the battlefield, and even if you can, there's a good chance that you just get completely nuked down. I think they probably need a little bit better access to being able to instantly cast spells. And the final thing, in order to do a lot of damage, they really need to be able to cast either 3 of the same spell back to back to get the fully charged one, be in their limit break, or follow up hitting somebody with a regular spell and then hit them with Paradox to maximum stack either the Astral Warmth or the Umbral Ice effect. The fact that Paradox is on the GCD means you're always waiting that extra about 2.5 seconds, like 2.4 seconds, and it doesn't feel good. I think if Paradox was OGCD, or if they gave them better access to instant casts, maybe Burst having an instant cast on it, maybe even Paradox having an instant cast on it, it would go a long way to them feeling better to play, but that also might make
Paradox
them
is instant,
too
isn't it?
aggravating to play against. Because when they spam
Not
Deep
OGC
Freeze,
though.
it is
Maybe
it is
that's what he meant.
genuinely frustrating. Because of that, I think they're definitely the lowest ranked caster, but again, it's so swingy that like I have to judge it based on the skill floor to get in, and that alone's going to kind of net it in C. I have seen amazing black mages, A and S tier black mages, but most of the time they hate life. And having tried black mage in competitive, in ranked, I should say, I also hate life. I either hate the game or I love the game. There's literally no in between depending on the kind of team I'm up against. It's going in C tier, but even then, your impact on the game is so massive, so don't be too discouraged by that. Now, the other two casters are pretty nutty. Summoner is the next one. If you do not kill a summoner, they are going to ruin your life. And I don't mean jump on them and attack them like Black Mage. I mean kill them. Because Slipstream gives them tons of area control. Their ultimate gives them tons of area control. Most of the time going with Bahamut.
Yeah, it's really hard to get people under
burst.
burst.
They have incredible burst potential. Their burst combo is incredibly easy to execute on. They have a bind, they have a heavy, they have a shield to help protect themselves with Radiant Shield. They are untouched. They are a problem. And they are genuinely a job that if you are looking at the caster role, you would not be disappointed with the ease of play and the output that you will get from a summoner. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of power. Summoner, the only reason it doesn't go into the S rank is because the S rank caster in that of Red Mage makes almost every other job in the game look like it's not worth playing. Because Red Mage might just be the second most powerful job in PvP right now. I don't know what they were thinking with Red Mage. Red Mage's main gimmick is that they can swap between White Shift and Black Shift, and this changes their skills. It makes it so their skills either apply things like, do more damage or apply a dot, specifically with their melee combo.
I feel like Red Mage is
Or
in
they
a
give
class
themselves,
above
like,
the
a shield.
melees.
It also changes
The
their
melees should have
grade
been
buff.
A.
It's either a buff for your team in the form of Magic Barrier or a debuff for the enemy team in the form of Frazzle. The White Shift skills are largely ignored, -1. Resolution. Resolution is either in White Shift, a massive line silence, or in Black Shift, a massive line bind. I already described to you why Bard silence was such a problem. Now imagine a giant AoE one hitting the entire enemy team. Yeah, and the Red Mage can do that fairly frequently. That tool, I could ignore the rest of their kit, and that alone would probably net them an S tier. And then that's not even over. They're an impossible to win against duelists without the use of limit breaks. When they core into somebody, that person now deals less damage to the Red Mage and takes more damage from the Red Mage. On top of that, they get 2 stacks of it. They can then backflip with displacement, which is going to buff their next nuke on you or create distance, making them quite slippery. And their melee combo applies a dot with each individual
thanks for
hit
follow.
in Black Shift. And each of them is their own dot. Now, if you have not died to a Red Mage dot in guard, you have not been playing PvP long enough. Because if a dot is applied to you before you guard, it will tick through the guard. And there's nothing more frustrating than taking 9,000 damage every 3 seconds while you're sitting there in what is supposed to be your most impervious state with a 90% damage reduction. On top of just hitting you with each hit, plus the core, plus the potential displacement. And when you come out of guard, there's a good chance they've got a Verflare just waiting for you. Maybe they swapped to Verholy because they wanted to get ready for Resolution again, but either way, they're going to nuke you as soon as you get out, and you've already been ticking because of the dot. So a silence, a bind, that's great for chasing if they want to do that instead. The slipperiness, and even then, even if they are in White Shift for the melee combo, they get a shield. You can't win against this job, and then they have a team fight or assassination limit break in the form of Southern Cross. You go Black Shift that does 24,000 to everyone in the hit. You go White Shift that gives everyone like a heal or a shield. I don't even care because I'm just so mad talking about them.
Really?
This is by far, if other than one other job on this list, and honestly, the more I talk about it, the more it might be equal to the other job. In fact, I think it probably is equal to, if not almost even more impactful than I think what is arguably the most powerful job in PvP right now. It's so very close. It's S tier without a shadow of a doubt. And honestly, it probably deserves a tier above the rest, because I
That's
think
what
the
I was
more
saying.
time that goes by, the more frustrating Red Mage is getting. Let's move on to tanks. And if you're wondering about the last caster DPS, stop it. Let's move on to tanks. So I'm going to start with the easy tank, Warrior. It's S tier. Now, I have to say that with an asterisk. There's a big misconception about Warrior being S tier and the way you should actually play Warrior. The main reason Warrior is S tier is because of their kit. They have a 15-second AoE gap closer stun. They have a gap closer that makes the target take more damage. They have an AoE that makes everyone deal less damage. They have a shield. They have 10 seconds of healing. They have a massive AoE to get more healing. They have a pull-in with a 75% heavy, and to top it all off, they have an ultimate that removes your target's ability to guard, one of the biggest safeties that you could possibly have, and then it doubles the strength of some of their skills and gives them an even more powerful basic skill to use. It's S tier because of that, all of those things combined. But that doesn't mean that when you jump in on a Warrior that you're not gonna die. Because most of the time when people see Warrior is really good, hear Warrior is really good in PvP, they primal rend into the whole team, get polymorphed by a white mage or silenced or stunned, and they instantly die before they can even guard. So if you're gonna do that, be very, very careful. Either learn to play peel for your team by actually stunning the people who jump into you, or learn to go into guard fairly quickly, because there's a good chance you may not get to if you don't react quickly enough. So it's S tier with an asterisk, because unlike the other 3 jobs, which, while yes, you still need to play smart like I was just implying with Warrior, you might have a more lasting impact on the rest of the game. You can just turn around and die so quick on Warrior. So S tier, asterisk, let's move on. I'm gonna put Dark Knight at A tier. I think Dark Knight is borderline Warrior level. It's very close. If it had like one more thing and maybe maybe another slight change, they would genuinely be one of the most frustrating jobs to go against.
He's rating Dark Knight pretty highly.
Has a few unique advantages. For one, it is very, very tanky. Salted Earth healing them, Quietus healing them, TBN, of course, giving them the shield and then granting them access to a small little AoE burst, gives them a lot of survivability. It lets them stick to the point, it lets them stick to targets, and it lets them stay around in team fights, which over the course of something that lasts more than 15 seconds is going to be a major, major benefit. To top it all off, they're able to plunge on somebody, reduce the healing they receive, and then they have their ultimate, which reduces them to 1 HP and makes them unkillable for 10 seconds. Now, on top of that, it changes some other skills. They get access to Blood Spiller, which does more damage the less health you have. And on top of that, the skill itself, if you're at max HP, does a ton of damage. But the big thing is, people go monkey brain when they see someone with 1 HP. They don't think about it being a Dark Knight. They think, I'm going to confirm that kill. And what ends up happening? They waste all their stuff. It's really not something that I should give it too much credit for, because people do learn and people get better about it. But the endorphins in your brain, they just start pumping with joy, because you're like, oh, we're going to get this kill. We're going to turn the fight. And then you realize it's a Dark Knight. And on top of that, they do a lot of damage when they're actually in that phase. So very sticky, very hard to get away from. And above all else, the follow-up to Salted Earth is a bind. That can make for some really strong plays. Pulling people in, binding them in place for another limit break, that makes their setup super good. And of course, you can do niche things like with Dancer, where you can pull people off of the point during overtime and then bind them. And it's really useful for stuff like that. Dark Knight, it gets A tier. It's a little bit more intense to play, and it requires understanding of the job. And it's probably, if it had like maybe maybe if it had a stun somewhere, it would probably be S tier, but it's going to have to sit in A tier for now. We'll see if that remains to be the case.
It would be really strong if it had a stun.
And Paladin, I'm bouncing because, man, I have just run into so many good Paladins. Paladin is the true support tank. They are about protecting allies, not dying themselves, and making other people unkillable. They can also do some light setup for kills with Shield Bash by making sure they stun a target, and then everybody else can dogpile onto them. So the only thing they really don't have is a lot of damage in their own kit. But they have tons of self-sustain, tons of survivability, and sometimes Paladins just win the game on the sheer fact that they are unkillable. They also have an ultimate that makes them invincible, and then it gives everyone else a 50% damage reduction, and then you can cover somebody, and they're basically invincible as well. So you're just able to dictate complete denial of enemy resources if you play it well. But that being said, when you're trying to hard carry games, This is, again, one of those tools that's only that good if your team around you can make up for the fact that you're not contributing as directly to the death of an opponent. Because of that, you may struggle on Paladin a lot more. On top of that, we don't know if Intervene is supposed to stun or not. I don't think it is. I've heard in other languages it is not supposed to stun. Like in other languages, the tooltip doesn't even mention the 2-second stun, so that might be a typo in the English one. I think just on the virtue of it being harder to solo carry a game as a Paladin, as useful as you can be, I have to put them in B tier. On any given day, you can run into an A tier Paladin. And if you have an A tier team, you have an A tier Paladin. But it's definitely going to be harder than Dark Knight or Warrior in terms of having a lasting impact on the game. Then we get to Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker doesn't deserve the blue. So Gunbreaker's main gimmick is that it can choose between being a super tank, being a bit more supportive, or being an all-out DPS. It is not that good in terms of the defensive setup. It just makes them more survivable, but it's not like Paladin where they really protect teammates as well. Or they don't protect them as well as Paladin, I should say. And same with the support and tank tools, just they don't really assist you in winning the game. So you generally go with the DPS set. And a Gunbreaker with the DPS set basically is a DPS. They don't do anything. They're squishy. They just have a little more health. But they're otherwise as squishy as really a DPS would be. That being said, their damage is monstrously higher than the other ones if they can stick to a target. So when you get a Gunbreaker on your team, or if you're playing Gunbreaker, you need to absolutely obliterate people. Double downs on the team or on executing a target, super good. And their ultimate, AoE for it, the stun on the end, if you can land a good ultimate on Gunbreaker, you will turn a game on a dime. But it's so easy to deny a Gunbreaker their tools. For that virtue alone, I'm going to put it down in D tier. They just don't have.
I was worried for a second he
or
was
the
going to put it
efficiency
higher than D.
without having an entire team set them up for it. They die too easily. They're denied their strongest tools too easily. They're not sticky enough. If they got some sort of stun or heavies or something outside of their limit break, anything to help their tankiness, their stickiness, their crowd control, it would go such a long way to what is otherwise an insanely strong job. But they don't have any of those things. And so I have to put them down in D tier. They need either... I'm done. I'm done talking about Gunbreaker. It's so close. One thing would push it to B or A instantly. But it's not there yet. Now, the last role to talk about is Healer. This one's going to be kind of weird. There's two actual tiers inside of the Healer tier. There's Healers and there's White Mage. White Mage is arguably the strongest job in PvP right now for a vast number of reasons. In fact, before I started recording this, I had a White Mage tier on this tier list. I might even add it back in before the end of the video. I genuinely might have to. So I know some people are going to jump on the fact that White Mage has what is, I'm not going to detail it too much, but there's an exploit that can allow them to output a lot more healing than is otherwise intended. I'm going to tell you right now that has nothing to do with why they are in the tier that they are. That makes differences in like super low tier games if anyone's exploiting it. But in a high tier game, if you're ever just sitting there trying to output healing, the healing isn't so severe that you're likely going to save a life unless it's like a small skirmish where there's not a lot of burst damage. It's all about the setup, the kill denial, and the kill potential. The biggest thing with White Mage, there's two. Their limit break is number one. It's a 60-second cooldown limit break that is a line AoE. And hold on, let me make sure I remember all of the effects. A massive line AoE, damage plus stun, plus damage reduction, plus damage buff for the White Mage, plus regen for the team. I think I got all those on a 60-second cooldown. I think that sounds about right. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. And the sad thing is, it might not even be the dumbest part of their kit. Because on top of that, they have a defense buff for the team that's also a gap closer, which sounds scary until you realize you're not going to kill the White Mage, most likely. That follows up and makes their cure instant, AoE, and also have a slightly better potency. They have a shield that they can put on themselves or fellow healers. They, of course, have basic healing. They have basic damage. They are able to burst with Misery, 12,000 damage, AoE splash, pretty good. But the big tool that everyone likes to talk about, point number 2 that really lands them in the S, potentially S+ tier, polymorph. It is a 2-second transformation of your opponent into a pig that cannot be removed with Purify, will prevent you from doing all of your actions, and completely deny everything you possibly could want in life. This is one of those tools that can completely deny things such as limit breaks and the ability for the opponent to actually burst somebody down. The fact that it's uncleansable, lasts 2 whole seconds, and doesn't even have that long of a cooldown is insane. And along with their limit break, they are so game-changing. If you want to get to the highest possible tier and you want a semi-easy time, if you at least have some basic senses about you, you'll play White Mage. It's what I did to go from Diamond to Crystal in a day. Because I was like, you know what? I'll be that scum. I'll be that scum. Now that's a pretty clear cut and dry place to throw them in.
That's what I call them.
Or again in their own tier.
I've been calling White Mage players scumbags.
They're all about equal, in my opinion. The rest of the healer role, genuinely good balance of pros and cons. I really like seeing the different players that pick these up and really showcase the skills, the benefits that these jobs can bring. And I think that it's insane that the rest of the healer role is actually so balanced and all really impactful.
Just a family scum.
Just in incredibly different ways. But the balancing of them somehow is also affected by whether or not they're the only healer on the team or the second healer alongside of a White Mage. Because most of the time you're like, oh, Astro, it's pretty good. But with a White Mage, oh, Scholar, I really like that. AoE damage. Oh, but with a White Mage, I think all 3 of them kind of belong in A tier. I've seen Scholars completely swing games with a good limit break to completely deny enemy bursts. I've seen them, of course, buff their teammates. I've seen them be menaces in even Crystalline Conflict with the dot spread, just constantly chipping away at those health bars, especially when you get the actual buffed versions of the spells. I've seen Astros with their limit break charging and their double gravity spam completely lock members of the team away, open up more limit breaks per fight in order to push advantages. And Sage is really more like a DPS. The toughest thing about them is Cardian, making sure to swap Cardian around depending on who actually needs it the most. But their limit break is an ultimate control over the point. While you are inside that thing, as long as the Sage doesn't lose it because they got polymorphed, you'll be okay. Yeah, I think all
his
3
experience
of them
is
kind of
very
belong
clearly
in
the
there
same
for
as
their
mine.
own reasons. They're all really good. They're all strong. They're just not White Mage. Oh yeah, the polymorph. I probably should have mentioned that. It can like cancel ground effects and stuff. Oh, Salted Earth. Oh, I polymorphed the Dark Knight. It's gone. Oh, there's a Sage LB. Oh, I polymorphed him. So no, he's gone now too. Yeah.
It's so
You can
disgusting.
tell I really don't like polymorph. So I think all 3 of the healers safely, the other healers, sit comfortably in the A rank. And you should not be upset that you have any of them on their team. You should be more upset when the enemy team has a White Mage and you don't. So with that, I think I'm pretty comfortable with this as my final tier list. The top having 6, you can see that it's actually a lot of jobs that are relatively strong. 12 jobs I actually think are in either a good spot or a close to good spot. But then we have the bottom tier, and honestly, Machinist again. You know what? I'll put Machinist in A. I wanted to keep it separate from Bard, but I've seen so many Machinists have a really, really positive impact on the game, and that I can't deny it. I think one of the biggest things about Machinist is people forget that the turret has a shield. If you stand in the range of the turret as the ally, you have a shield. That's you just drop that on a point in the middle of a fight. Oh man, he's just in a really good spot. You can also just burst so hard if you catch people out. The turret's so good. Yeah, I have to stick them in A. I really don't feel good about sticking them in B. And honestly, if Monk could stick to a target, I would actually say Monk and Machinist have kind of an identical they're really good at picking one person out and executing them. The problem is that Machinist is less likely to walk into a billion CC, whereas the Monk is going to dive into the backline or into the thick of it, and they're just not built to do that as much. It's just not in the cards for them. So I'm comfortable enough with this. Paladin sitting solely in the B tier, I'm still comfortable with, but hopefully we see some adjustments for the B, C, and D tiers. But I can tell you right now, if you think they're only going to buff the lower tier jobs and not nerf things like Red Mage or White Mage, I actually don't think they'll nerf Warrior. If they nerf Dragoon, I think it'll be a light nerf, because I think that of all the jobs in the S tier, Dragoon is only in the S tier because they're well-rounded, and they're better well-rounded than the lower people. Whereas jobs like Ninja are overloaded. Samurai is atrocious to play against. Red Mage overloaded. White Mage overloaded. So I think there are things to balance up there at the top, but they're gonna be brought down. There's no chance some of these things do not get knocked down a peg, because they are genuinely infuriating to play against. It's not about how they are to play in the tops case, it's how they are to play against, especially if you're playing one of those B, C, or D tier jobs. You feel the difference of your impact on the game. Hopefully,
this is PvP.
They won't take too long. Hopefully they don't wait till 6.18 when Season 2 begins to actually make any changes, but you never know. This is kind of uncharted territory with us caring so much about PvP in 14. Time to learn if they actually care about PvP in Final Fantasy 14 as well. But that's going to be a wrap for my tier list for YouTube. So thanks, Twitch stream, for just hanging out while I set that up, while I got AFK kicked out of the game. And let me know what you think in the comments section
same.
below. I'm sure you'll have plenty of stories about those bottom tier jobs and how well they've done in some of your games. And I'll be glad to see those, because I've seen it too. But they're going in there, and you can't change my mind. So anyway, thanks for watching, and until next time, take care. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here in Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, so now we can compare. And I would say so he kind of loaded his S tier, which, like I said, at least the way I see it, if everyone's S, no one is. That's actually funny, because Syndrome was wearing an outfit that had a big S on it. Wasn't he? He was, wasn't he? Or was it? Yeah, he was, because he's Syndrome. Yeah, of course. Yeah, S for Syndrome, but then what did he say it stood for when he was pretending to be a babysitter? Oh, sitter, of course. I'm answering my own questions. Duh. Yeah. Anyway. That's how I see it. So I deliberately try not to, yeah, these are really good, but I'm not going to put them in S tier, because I reserve that for the things that are a step above that. Like, you might think of them as, these are S tier good, but then what does that leave room for above that if something is better than that? So just ignoring the fact that the way he tiers things is different. It's actually pretty much exactly the same. At the bottom, if we just consider from top to bottom. Bottom 3. Dancer, Gunbreaker, Reaper. And I put Reaper just above these two, because I think these are terrible. But this is the same. And our thoughts on them were the same. I was worried that he was going to say Gunbreaker was higher. He was giving it glowing praise, but then he was like, but they just don't have anything that enables their kit, which puts them down there. Because when I played it, they did good single target burst. The LB was good if you could make it work. The problem is making it work. Yeah, I mean, Warrior is I've ordered mine deliberately, so I didn't just put them in the tier. I've also got them from left to right, good to bad, within the tier. Warrior is bordering A and S. For their grab alone, I put them in S, because that positioning, the ability to reposition someone is really big. Especially with the fact that it's not even about primal rend on 15 seconds. It's the grab. It's the grab with the heavy that I think puts them... They definitely got worse over time. They were completely overpowered day one. I'm not as concerned about Warriors, but just the fact that they can grab someone every 15 seconds and reposition them, I think that is an S tier skill. Up there with White Mage and Red Mage, but lesser than them. So that's why it's on the right side of S tier. I still think Primal Scream is really good. The ability, if you get a good one, the ability to prevent the enemy team from guarding is pretty big for a team fight. So I still think they're S tier. I stand by that. Just their LB and the grab. And then a 15-second AoE stun is just kind of icing on the cake. Like when I see a warrior on my team get a good LB on the other team, it's like Christmas for me. Like everyone on the other team is just free pickings. Like it's a all-you-can-eat buffet basically. When your warrior gets a good LB, that's why I think they're still in S tier. Obviously, it's team dependent if the team will follow up, but I think the impact is there to still warrant S tier. The cone does make it hard to use, but the cone is fairly big. You can stand back and do it. I think I might have actually been playing it wrong by jumping in first, stunning first, and then doing LB, because I feel like that made it harder for me to position the cone. Because you jump in and people run behind you. I think the better way is to just approach a fight and LB. Get that first, and then... Honestly, I feel like I was playing warrior backwards. I was stunning, I was doing LB, and then I was grabbing someone that was trying to run. I actually think you probably want to approach the fight, LB, grab someone to put them out of position, and then stun them in place, because they then can't guard. I feel like that's a more impactful order to do things in. Because if you jump in and stun, first of all, you make it harder to get your... You spend time repositioning to LB, so you're wasting stun value by doing that. And then... yeah, you also do double damage. Your Primal Rend actually does more damage as well, so... yeah, I don't think stunning first is the right way to do it. But then... I've felt more a victim by warriors pulling me and then stunning me so I can't get away from them, rather than just being in the middle of running and then getting pulled back, like after I've already been stunned. Because then they don't actually have as much damage follow-up. And then they're not holding you in place as much. I mean, obviously you're kind of overlapping with the heavy, but I feel like just mispositioning you and then stunning you feels worse than getting stunned at the beginning of an engagement and then getting pulled back afterwards when you're trying to engage. Disengage, sorry. So yeah, I do want to get back onto PvP after this ramble. Because I want to practice warrior for the tournament tomorrow. And I want to try playing it in the way that I just said, because I haven't done that, but I feel like after thinking about it, that's probably the better way to play. So yeah, like you have these three next to each other. Like his order doesn't matter, so you have to read into it a bit. He put the 3 melees in S tier, but the way he talked about the other 3, the way he talked about these 3, I felt was more glowing than these 3. So I think he should have a tier above that. The way he talked about it, I think fits with my own tiering. So you have Dragoon Ninja Samurai, I have Dragoon Ninja Samurai. We're pretty much in agreement, I think. No, I was going to put in 1 day of Elden Ring Revenge, probably Monday. Today I planned to do MSQ, which I did. And there's a PvP tournament that I've signed up for with a couple of others tomorrow. That won't take too long, so I just want to put in a bit of practice. Yeah, on OCE, there's an FC that's hosting a tournament. And they asked me if I wanted to throw together a team for it, so doing that. There's a 5 mil gil first prize. So 1 mil each, which is pretty nice. I'm not doing it for the gil though. Like I'm not even doing it to try hard win. I'm just doing it because I think that would be really fun. Because I'm loving PvP right now, and I think playing in a tournament will be a great time, regardless of how we end up placing. This tournament doesn't actually have any bans, so we're going into it expecting to be up against Scum, basically. We're not necessarily planning on playing Scum. I mean, that's up to Goshu. Because we've left the healer slot open. Yeah, what do you want to play? You want to... I mean, the choice, I feel, is basically between Scholar or White Mage, whatever you want. You only have Scholar? Scholar's good. Gerald is Dragoon, I think. Dragoon or Ninja. And maybe I will flex between Warrior or Paladin. I'm going to check the VOD that Kyra linked, because apparently Paladin can play really well in a team environment, which I was aware of. I just don't have the confidence in doing that. Because I haven't practiced Paladin since the covering guarded targets incidents rather, because it happened almost every single time. Yeah, it's on paper it's really good in a team environment. In pugs, terrible. Because I mean, people are just wasting their guard. You see them getting hit, you cover them. People's natural reaction is to guard, so it kind of just doesn't synergize with the way Paladin works. Like, it might not even be the worst decision for them to guard, because how do they know you're going to cover them? How do they know you're a Paladin with eyes, with any awareness at all? I know that I don't count on getting covered. I actually waste my guard myself, and then I get covered. The difference is the moment I see I'm covered, I go to town. I end the guard immediately, I start doing things. When I covered people, they would just sit there for the full 5 seconds, doing absolutely nothing. And then they would come out of guard and start fighting, and I would take their damage. And I mean, that's maybe also a fault of mine that I might stand too close to them, and I take double AoE damage, and then I just evaporate. So, I mean, a little bit of improvement on my part could probably happen there. But it just felt so bad covering people and them not recognizing it at all. Not utilizing it one bit. But, I mean, the power is there. If you cover someone, and then you guard, while they're just in the middle of the enemy team, like, there's actually a lot of power there. It might be wasteful on guard. It depends on how you're playing your positioning as well. Like, there is potential to, I don't know, guard and then sneak around a corner or something and just, like, throw some support, like a Confiteor to get the regen going. The life leech on your team. But then also cover plus LB, you're basically making 2 people in the team unkillable for 10 seconds. Which is, not basically, that is literally what you're doing. Which can be incredible if the person that you're covering does their job properly. So, I mean, yeah, on paper the power of Paladin is there in the team environment. So I can definitely see it being good. So I might also try playing it in Crystal rank today. Because I only, last time I played it was like gold. I sort of stopped playing it once I was trying to get out of gold, because I was playing it and I was stuck in gold and it wasn't working, so I moved off. And I didn't go back. But maybe it's worth trying again at a higher tier, now that I'm in Crystal. The problem is, I probably honestly can't play a Crystal level Paladin, but I'm never going to if I don't try, if I don't practice. I actually think I can only play a Crystal level Scholar right now, because that's the one I climbed there on, and I haven't quite made it with Sage. I mean, I think my Sage was good before I started falling asleep, and stubbornly trying to get one last win. But at the start of the day, the first half of the day, I think I was actually playing it pretty well. Anyway, bottom three. Bottom three are the same. Monk and Black Mage, right next to that. The only one I disagree, or we disagree on, is Dark Knight. After listening to what he said, I think I would actually put Dark Knight at the bottom of B tier. He convinced me to bump it up. But if we're just going off my initial tier list, this is how I had it. And I think that's the only one, based on the words that were said, that we disagree on. His B tier is a little sparse. Like, I feel like a tier list should be a bell curve. Am I wrong? It should look like a bell curve. At least somewhere. Like maybe the bottom end is like a big tail, but it should in some way resemble a bell curve, I feel. Oh, okay, Goshu. Sure. Depends on the game. Oh, can I get some background music or something? What am I doing right now? So yeah, Paladin, I think we're in agreement with where that fits. He bumped Machinist up. Astro, I said at the start, I don't really know where to put Astro, because I didn't play it enough, I think, to make a fair assessment. So this one you can kind of ignore. Whoops. Like, disregard that. Maybe it deserves to be A. I can't really say for sure. I mean, if we're just considering distance, again, Scholar and Sage, close to each other. Summoner, he rates Summoner a little more highly than I do, I think. But then, outside of that, you have the melees in a tier below these three, which I think is pretty accurate to how he described them. Bard is up here. It's pretty much the same. With the exception of Dark Knight, the tier list is pretty much exactly the same. Which is funny, because, wait, is Fluffer here? I think Fluffer was, farming replies. Not farming replies. He was, like, collecting replies to my original tier list tweet. Where someone was like, this is an incredibly biased tier list. Which is a weird thing to say. Because, like, of course, every tier list is someone's opinion. But then it was more like the way they said it, like, biased in what way? Biased from my own experience? Biased as in, I personally like these jobs, so I'm more inclined to rank them higher? Because that's certainly not what I did. The tier list was, and this one still is, based on how afraid I am to go up against it. It's a worry list. It's basically a scale of how worried I am when I see them on the other team. Biased as in their intense pain, probably. Let me see if I can see what they said. Where is it? Lol, this is a biased list if I ever saw one. Although I guess in casual matches, the perspective might be different. That's what they said. I don't think it's sarcasm. This is my original tier list. Yeah, this was my first impressions tier list. I then adjusted it later that day. And it was also formatted a little differently. I was treating it as nerf, small nerf balance, small buff, buff. rather than S through D. But the placement of things... This was like... What, this was day 2? This was day 2. Warrior, White Mage, Red Mage at the top. Dragoon, Bard at the top. Sage... Still, yeah, still same place basically. Scholar, I didn't rate highly enough. Again, because of the hidden value. Dancer and Reaper near the bottom. Dancer's been pushed down. Black Mage, same place. Paladin, up 1. Machinist, same place. Monk, down 1. It's pretty much... It's... I mean, just compare this one to Mr. Happy's. And again, it's... like looking... rather than the tiers, but what jobs are next to each other. Again, it's pretty much the same thing. It's almost identical, so... I feel like my initial assessment on everything was pretty accurate. And then if you look at my updated tier list from later that day, when I played more than 5 matches on each, like I went back. Basically what I did for this tier list, I made the first tier list, and then I went back through and played the jobs again to vindicate their position on the tier list. So the things at the bottom, if I was having a hard time winning on them, I was like, okay, yeah, I think they really should be lower on the tier list. If I played these ones up here, and it was easy winnings, then yeah, I think their position is justified. And that's pretty much how it was. So this was also day 2. This was at the end of day 2. And it's pretty much the same. Sage actually... oh, wait, no. Sage is the same spot. Samurai got bumped up. Ninja's still here. Dark Knight there. Dancer dropped down, so now it's looking the same. D tier. Reaper back here. Black Mage here. It's, again, pretty much the same. Horribly biased. But I think it was pretty accurate, if I say so myself. Now corroborated by Mr. Happy, and I think a lot of people agree with those positions. Like you could maybe argue a plus-minus point on a couple, but it wasn't really drastically off. I don't think there were any big misses. Still going, yes, hello. Did you win? I'm now getting a little bit of PvP practice in. I'm gonna have to do only a little bit though. Because I'm trying to push my sleeping pattern forward a few hours each day for Ultimate. If I go too far in one day, I risk oversleeping and going past the point that I need to. So I can only put in a little bit here. Maybe 5 or 6 hours, something like that. But I DM Happy that I don't like scum like him. I mean, I could. Do I want to? I might ask him if I can... maybe I'll ask him that I watched his tier list and his comments on White Mage. And so now I think he should be called Mr. Family Scum. As an amendment to his nickname. Anyway, Warrior. I could do it on my other character, which is currently climbing. No, I want to do it in Crystal. I want to play Crystal Warrior. Alright, so I'm looking for LBs first, getting some yoinks when they try to run, and then stunning them, having them blown up. I tend to start So, again, I probably have a lot of growth potential on Warrior. What do you guys think about this, that are maybe more experienced on Warrior than I? I tend to use Bloodwetting before I run in, because it takes too long once I'm in the fight. I'd rather have this shield going and the regen available. Like, I can, rather than having to weave Bloodwetting and then go into an Inner Chaos, just having it up already before I go in, and having that shield up before I go in. Am I being wasteful? I might be wasting a couple of seconds, but then also it comes back sooner. Like, you get maybe half value the first time, and then comes back sooner. But you start the fight with that shield. You can go straight into other things, like you can bloater, you can guard if need be, if you really need to, or purify, without having to weave anything extra. You don't think so? So you think I'm doing the right thing by using it before I go in? Because that's what I've been doing. That was my logic. This is worth 20% max HP, which is sizable. That's 12k. 12.6k. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like, if you Primal Rend in, and you get polymorphed, you're not getting to this Bloodwetting. It's not happening. And also consider the fact, if you do get polymorphed, your G-City is not rolling. You have to Bloodwetting, and then you press Inner Chaos. Like, you have to do this in quick succession. That takes time. If you already have your Inner Chaos available, you get polymorphed, you come out, you slam it straight away. And you get that heal. It just makes its kit happen faster, which I think is a better way to go. Now, Primal Scream, 12 yarms. I want to work out exactly how big this is. So this is 15. That's 15. So it's like, what, 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, so 12 is like here. Oh, wait. Right, it needs a target. So it's okay, and yeah, 12 is exactly right there. It's telling me how big it is. That is large. Now, it is a cone. I assume it's a 90-degree cone. So, I mean, as long as you're kind of looking at them. Yeah, it's 90 degrees. That's a big area to catch people in if the engagement has already started, especially if they're on the point. So I feel like that's what you do. You get some Fell Cleaves, you pull someone, Primal Rend. Keep doing the Fell Cleaves. I think that's the way to play. That's what I'm going to try. Yeah, Riddle of Earth before going in. Those OG City slots are actually really valuable, because you want those free to be spamming Recuperate. Like, if you're jumping into the enemy team, you don't want to have to Bloodwetting and then Recuperate and Inner Chaos. You're much better off being able to just Primal Rend, you start taking damage, you press Recuperate, you press Inner Chaos. It does have a delay before the heal comes in, so you take a bit more damage, then you heal it back up. And then at that point the fight's sort of halfway done. I think that's the way to go. So, this is jumping right into Crystal, where I have only ever played Scholar. So, let's see what happens. Let's hope I don't grief my team. I thought that was the Q popping. That was my LB. Oh no, it's 24 seconds. PvP's dead. It's a flash in the pan. Oh, never mind. Gamba? Wait, is that you? Or am I looking at the wrong owie again? What, Nuba? Practicing Black Mage? I'm actually scared now. Title is a lie. Oh no, Pudding, please fix it for me, quick. Wait, is Pudding still here? Wait, no, the title says going back to PvP, that's what I'm doing. I'll fix it after this. Hello. I need to remember my keybinds, oh boy. What? Why did that double press? Come on, man. Oh. I should be... Yeah, my awareness is down right now. Died to Nuba. I'm not looking at the party list. I don't have my targeting macros on my hotbar. I guess it really has been a while since I played Warrior. Come on, he just... That's disrespectful. Yeah, Nuba's actually wrecking me right now on Black Mage. Like, really hard. And this is why I said I was scared. He's completely manhandling me. I'm doing nothing. Finally got him back. Are we pushing the point? The point just reset. Wait. How'd he die? Oh, it's Sam LB. I think I have party effects turned off. I didn't see it. I only see it from the enemy for some reason. Wait, how did they not take a huge amount of damage? They weren't guarding just then. Hang on a second. Oh, wait, right. Samurai LB, theirs, not ours. Stop it, Nuba! So annoying. Oh man. Where is my team? Where is my team? Are they showing up? Oh no. Didn't I have 3 stacks of ice? I managed to escape the super flare. Lost 50% each. Ooh. I have no LB right now. Do I... did I only hit 2 people just then? Huh. Uh-oh. Samurai did a thing. Oh, that's disappointing. He's getting the freeze on me early. Not using my shield before I go in right now. I haven't been using guard enough. Ouch. I haven't been using my onslaught enough either. Well, this is why I want to practice. Because my play is not very coherent right now. We about to push back though? I'd love to have my targeting macros. Get me out! Ah. Oh, that's only one target. The other person ran away. That's terrible. That was really terrible. I could have made a lot more happen with that LB. Oh, stuck in the LB, that's good. Big dot damage. Ah, boss. I should have stunned him. I was saving my stun. He died at the same time. How long has this been going for? There is no timer. Ouch. I was planning on guarding when my Purify wore off, but I was looking, what other stuns do they have? It was probably Ninja. Maybe Samurai. Wait, Samurai's binds, isn't it? No stun? Monk has the stun. Oh no, team! Team is falling. Okay. Thank you, Sage LB, by the way. I feel like I'm getting better at Warrior over the course of this match just because it's going for so long. I have to stay in the point. We're almost at another Samurai LB. Yeah, he's looking to do it, maybe. Oh, that was wasted. Okay, don't hit Samurai. They just guarded, but I guess I'm gonna do this anyway. No, I'm not. Not dying. Ah. All the guards are down. I got lucky. I'm lucky I survived there. Okay, there we go. Whew. Hard fought. But, I mean, that was good warrior practice. I went from feeling completely lost. 13 minutes? I started the match feeling completely lost. I think I started to get the hang of it again at the end there. Wowee. Uber is playing a scary black mage though. Those freezes were really annoying. I mean, that's generally what you're afraid of on a black mage. That is its kit. It's no red mage though. Oh, Nuba. Does that mean Jamba's on the other team? Oh. It's Theo. On Astro. I also guess it makes sense Q times go up once you're in Crystal. I was missing something. My macros. How do I... Where? Oh. Nope, I got away. Our backline. No. This is because we let Nuba die. We should have noticed sooner. It's when we let the white mage get away. Unfortunately, my stun was used. It was like 1 second away when the white mage was escaping. I get stun resistance. It appears I left a Dragoon LB. We're attacking the one person that didn't have unguarded. Why? I love white mage LB. Oh, I think I have party effects turned off, yeah. I can't tell what my team's doing. Please kill. Good. much damage there. Probably should have guarded. Also, if I recognized my team was dead, definitely should have gone in the defensive there. Please make it happen. Come on, team. We have to go back. Right, we need to coordinate some burst here. Okay, on the white mage. Oh, we are well behind right now. There's a cover as well. Oh, yes, okay. We just didn't kill anyone. Every time I did LB, there was no focus on the people that I used LB on. Oh, wait, hang on, yeah, what else was I forgetting? I feel like I was forgetting something. Unless it was just these, macros, targeting macros. Why is this so off-center? Yeah, unfortunately the white mage got to like 10% and then just ran off. And then you died afterwards. Oh, now it's all three of us. This is good practice for tomorrow. Uh-oh, it's Myon on the summoner. Ever the summoner main. Oh, Astro and Black Mage versus not Astro and not Black Mage. So we'll see how this goes. You what? We're killing Chef Curry? Or no? Oh, man. I keep double pressing that. Okay, no, we didn't get the kill. We need to change targets. I did not participate in that kill. I have a red mage on me right now. Okay, no. It's heal time. Oh boy, that's... okay. I thought maybe I was outliving the silence, but the stun came in right at the end. Probably should have just purified immediately. It's okay. I'm learning how to react to these things better. All a learning experience. Alright, who's still alive over there? Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh no, the fell cleave was theirs, not mine. I heard the fell cleave sound effect, but that was theirs. I was pressing an on cooldown primal rend. That's my PvE fell cleave button. I've got it backwards. Oh, I couldn't get the heal off. I wanted to go over there. Maybe I should have. What is that job that just went in? Is that a summoner? Is that what we have? Oh, good, they died. Okay, I would like to leave. Please no dots. Oh. Well, that's unlucky. Zero. Aw, you guys didn't let me commend you. Did the game time out? Like as people were off the point? Oh yeah, my damage isn't good right now. I'm trying too hard to coordinate, I think. But it's not working. I'm spending too much time worrying about where my party is going, and we're not really getting the kills. So can't follow up and do more damage after that. Nooba, make a portrait already. You look so normal. Stop. Need to fix that for tomorrow. Not worth the effort. You can link the portrait on every job. That's what I did. I just went through, right-clicked, link portrait to the gear set. So it just changes every time I do it. You only have to do it once. I haven't had mine reset. It's worked flawlessly for me since I did that. Oh man. My attempt to pull them away was foiled. Kill Red Mage, honestly. He's low on stuff, but no follow-up. See, that's my problem. I'm trying to do the right thing right now, and it's just not working. 10% damage amp on this guy, nothing. The So in that situation, if I was using my macros properly to target this person over here, I could have jumped that way and probably killed him. But yeah, not quite used to it yet. Not on warrior at least. Depends on how much free space I have in my brain on any given job. Hello, I would like to... Oh no, I don't want to LB. Not anymore. That would have been a good LB if my team was alive. That's a better LB. Oh, I keep pressing a non-existent Felclea button. I need to stop. Please kill him. Thank you. LB button? I meant Felclea? Am I even talking right? I don't know. I accidentally went backwards. If I can just get the point to here. There we go. Team? I need to help them. If I can see around the corner. Alas, I could not help them. Where are we focusing our damage, friends? Where are we focusing our damage? Anywhere? Anywhere, team? Okay. Stop! Do we need to be on the point? Yes, we are behind right now. I needed I needed people to AoE heal off there. Looking bad. Do we have anyone marking on our team just then? Maybe I should have been doing it. Because I got like a 4-man LB. And it just felt like nothing happened. I didn't know who to target because everyone was everywhere. They were all taking even damage. Played pretty well. Could be better still. Could be better if I were marking, which I'm gonna put here. I might put my countdown macro there when I make it, which I still haven't done. I think with a simple sign over someone's head, we probably win that. If I just put a sign on anyone that I'm using bloater on, that probably kills them, hopefully. Add another attack. Well, the problem is, that's where Primal Rend is. And I was used to this when I was spamming Warrior in the early days, but I've just forgotten. I've reverted back to my PvE rotation. So I just need to get it out of my head again. It's just the fact that Fell Cleave goes onto the basic combo that's messing with my brain. I did something recently, didn't I? On Warrior? Maybe not. Why can't we, gamer? My Fell Cleave button is Primal Rend. Someone just... I tried to mark someone just then, and I think it got overridden. They're not following up. How about the red mage? Yeah, someone's marking in this team. So, what's going on here, team? Why are we back here? Where's the point? Oh, it's right here. Wait, how did you go invisible just then? That is some damage. Don't hit me. Thanks. Oh. I'm looking for an LB. Oh, the point though. Where's my team? Where is my team? Miracle of nature wasted. Where is my team? I want to LB, but there's just no one near me. Why? How am I supposed to get a big LB when there's just no one? Come on, focus damage on this guy. Just kill him. Where is the damage? Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Team! Why do we not kill anyone when they're all unguarded? I don't get it. That person has no guard. Kill them. Kill the number one. Thank you. Kill them! They can't guard! Please, team! Where's my team? I think only one of my LBs had any follow-up. Oh. Why? I don't know where my team was. I'm trying to fight around the crystal. I don't know where they were. Just always felt like I was alone. Maybe with one person. You can literally fight people from the high ground if they're camping your base. Well, if you're ranged, you don't have to drop down. Poke at them a bit if they're doing that. I really need to go to the toilet, but Boyus is looking a little too comfortable on my lap. I mean, after that first engagement, it felt like my entire team just got completely scattered. Like on the map, one person was down here, one was back here, I'm fighting a couple over here. It's so weird. Just stay close or something. If you stand here, you should be able to hit them. If they're hanging around here. I don't know exactly what was happening. Okay, he's used his guard. Now we kill him, right? He's stunned. I have no team again. Alright, fine. I will fight someone that someone on my team is fighting. At the very least. This guy? Yes? He's low on resources. Is that a... Did I just see a Samurai LB? Oh, did I catch them in the cone? Hang on a second. Elemental impact. Did I just eat the bomb dropping on my head? What about the person that was standing next to me? Did they also die? That's a little bit awk. This guy's guarded. Let me not be imped. Oh, good job. Nice. Stop it, Theo. Go away. I was looking for an LB opportunity, but not quite there. I can't see with these corners. It's actually really hard. Okay, good. The crystal! Oh. I love Miracle of Nature. I mean, if we can survive in this Sage LB, it wasn't enough. I'm surprised they just stood in it with impunity. And still killed us. When I stunned them and everything. Alright, what do I have? LB soon. They at least have to get to 50%. Are we killing? Okay. Okay, stay on the point, please. Wait, how did I... Oh, never mind. Uh-oh. Man. I didn't have time to heal. Oh, wait, it's a draw? Why? Are they not on the point? Wait, how does that... How does that work? I don't know. Samurai killed them and it just concluded a draw. Overtime started with us at 50 and then they got to 50. So we can't push back again? Oh wait, of course, because we need to get them off the point. And they're the only ones that can push. But they managed to get it to even when they did that. I think, at least in pugs, I'm gonna care a little bit less about coordinating my stunts because I'm trying really hard and it's just not working. I feel like I'm wasting my cooldown by sitting on things because I want it to work with what my team is doing, but there's just not enough coordination. I felt like I was playing warrior more effectively when I was just trying to be an absolute nuisance on cooldown. And then obviously try and be opportunistic about where I burst. Is leaning on my hand. Oh, we got Theo and Jamba. I just go straight in like I used to. It seems to work better. I must have been immune. I think just going in is better. Also, I can bother this machinist, stop him helping his team. Oh, I thought I saw the effect fade, but it was someone else's effect covering it. Alright, we can just... Like, I think that's a good LB because it means we clean up while their team isn't here. Yeah, this is working out much better now that I don't care about coordination. Oh boy, his paw is slipping onto my thumb. This is suddenly... now I'm holding up his thumb. I'm holding up his paw with my thumb. I can't use my ult modifier. I'm unguarded right now. No. I literally cannot use guard. Fortunately, I haven't needed it yet. I can't use my elixir without clicking. Oh, there's a monkey. I really would like Voice to move his paw. Oh man. I have to be ready to just click on it. Give me that. Oh. Oh, there we go. I went that entire match without using guard. Because I couldn't. And it worked. I mean, lucky I didn't need it. And now he moves his paw. Of course. You went the entire match with a monk plus dragoon chasing you. What were you even playing, Red Mage? Oh no, he's put his paw back. No, stop. I need to go to the toilet as well. I mean, I could just, you know, pee right now. They go on Boyus though. Back me up! Thank you. I lived. See, if I didn't pre-shield with Bloodwedding, I'm dead there. Okay, they're pushing. Oh. White Mage's LB is not cringe at all. That bomb just covered my escape remarkably. Oh no, they're still following though. I didn't see. I had to go pretty far for it though. Maybe my team's making something happen. It's like it's a 4v2 over there right now, or 4v3. They should be winning it. I drew 2 people really far away. No! Oh, meteor drive. Well, that was a wasted LB. Thought it could have been good. Little more damage, or maybe if I purified faster, I could have followed them. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, okay, alright, okay, okay. They should just be on the point, yeah, while we do this. Good job, team. We should all be on the point right now, get it ticking faster. What are they gonna try and do here? What do I have? What can I do here? Okay, Ninja is in LB right now, I think. Can we please follow up on my LB? Team? Team is not looking too strong right now. I can't really go in right now. Okay, that's all right. That LB had no follow-up. Huh. Did I just get one shot by that? I was laying into the monk. And I died as I pressed Primal Rend, so what damage did I do that warranted a one shot there? Please get on the point. Let me LB, come on. Just kill the LB, get rid of it. I at least stunned before I went. Oh, why weren't they on the point? Sam LB on the AoE damage of Ren procced it. I died as I pressed it though, is it really that sensitive to the timing? It had to have been after they already pressed theirs. I have a really bad overtime win rate. Or maybe it's just that I've forgotten what winning feels like after the end of yesterday. That might be the case. So I guess I just got unlucky on the timing there. I think after this match I need to get Boyas up so I can go to the toilet. I'm really uncomfortable right now. Oh! Is this a random? A random slime? Yeah, I'm actually getting really uncomfortable. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna wait, okay. Let's do something about this machinist without line of sighting my team. Trying to get them off my teammate. I mistimed that. I should have checked that timer. I love polymorph. Alright, might be able to get a sizable LB here. Okay, no, they ran through me. Unfortunate. Didn't land on that person? Why are they disappearing? But I think they got polymorphed and they just vanished. That's not the first time that's happened either. What's going on there? Why does that keep happening? It keeps making me think it's a ninja. Oh, right in the explosion. Good. I actually would like to just disengage momentarily here. Oh, if I could just see with the camera angle. I'm trying to look and get a lineup for my LB, but it's just so hard to see when I lower the camera to have a look. I should have been healing earlier than that. It's like you want to you're looking here and you want to see who's lined up. So you go like this, and then the camera does this. You can't see anything. Okay, Boyus is up and off my lap, so I can get up as soon as this is done. Kill him through it? No? I took a lot of damage at once. Wasn't even an insta-kill Sam LB. It was just too much. Okay, good. I'm gonna sneeze. Not now. This white mage has absolutely nothing. They should die. Good. Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Doing okay? I don't know. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Maybe I'll go until 6 AM. Call it a day. Try and get more used to using these targeting macros as well. Problem is, if I'm trying to do this, it's gonna make me a little bit worse before I become better. So I have to try and balance getting used to it without griefing my team. Oh. Well. Oh, well, that was a waste. Oh, wasted again. Every single person I'm trying to use my stun on, not my stun, my grab. Not working. No one's dying. First kill, okay, first kill goes to us. Please, MP. Oh. I managed to hold on a bit. Okay. It's 2-all now. 2 kills each. If I can LB them just before, that could be really good. Oh, I'm not gonna be there. Oh, that's really annoying. Bad time. That's actually a terrible time to die. Because I could have capitalized on this. All their guards are gone now. That wind? Oh, unlucky, Nuba. They just robbed you. Oh. I don't really want to chase that, even though I might have been able to. I probably would have traded my life for it, though. Just kill him through it. Wasted a Rogeny. That should secure this last kill. Never mind. Theo is DC? Aww. GG. I don't want to try out Paladin. Hmm. Dude, but you're gonna play Red Mage tomorrow, right? I'm just wondering what we can get done if I cover you. What's Paladin's LB cooldown? Is it 90 or 2? Ah, 120, okay. Yeah, every single other region's tooltip doesn't mention a stun, so I'm thinking it's not supposed to. Come on, how is he still alive? This one. Turbulence incoming. Okay, they've had their guard forced out. I can't do this. Can I? Am I being neglectful? Nah. That's what I was waiting for, that opportunity. They have to stay on the point. Gigi. That must be 3 wins in a row. I was 0 before, up to 300 now. 2 wins actually, sorry, the ODC doesn't count. Team of 4 stairs. Oh, nice. What if we made our portraits holding hands? For tomorrow. Although then I can't be a chicken. And I want to be a chicken. You hope there are... I think everyone's hoping there are updates. Everyone agrees. It's not balanced right now. And it needs some bug fixes urgently. And it needs party queuing in casual. Oh, look at how bunched up they are right here. That person is very separated from their team. That arrow on their head is... I can't tell that I'm targeting them or not. A little bit too much damage. I was hoping that if I could stun them, they would die before anything, because otherwise they probably just chase me. I could have guarded, actually. I guarded recently, maybe it wasn't off cooldown. The sound effect of enemies dying is so satisfying. Alright, can I come in with a guard? Is it going to be available? Ah, smart of you to do that. Wait, give me this. Give me the buff. Let me go in. Oh, ouch. Oh no. What happened to the fallback and regroup? I'm just gonna try and keep them alive. I don't know about going in on that. We need to be on the point. Taking too much damage. If we had actually stayed back, fallen back and regrouped, we could have won a fight here. But no, I have to save the 50% point at the cost of your life. I think that's something a lot of people don't get. Stalling progress is just not worth your life unless it's the last 10%. Unless your team is going to show up. Well, then it's not stalling progress, it's stalling for your team. But people always just throw bodies at like a 30% push. It's like, what? Why? Where's the urgency? Why are you doing that? Orc? Yes, I saw, thank you. Hello. That's a miracle of nature, and I'm not dead. I'm almost dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead to a dot. I'm dead to Red Mage's dot. I should have guarded sooner. I wanted to get the Chaotic Cyclone off, but it wore off. Is it 10 seconds I have to use it? I was gonna count on that regen. 10 seconds, yeah. That was a fast 10 seconds. Oh no, I'm not getting this. That's so unfair. Hello, Ouija. I need to stop going for those things. Just results in death. Every time. Maybe there's a pattern to their movement. Because it looked like it was coming towards me, so I committed to it. And then it just turned a corner and went away. Oh, I just wasted my stun. Oh, he went behind me. How did he know? Good job. Now, if this were my team, if I were on the other team, they would be throwing bodies at this right now in desperation to stop us getting this 50%. Huh? White mage is gonna come in. Need to stop him. Oh, it's come towards me. No, it's going away. Please. It actually counted. Huh? What? What's that? Okay, no. Thanks. Probably should have left that there. Oh, get me in range, please. I only hit one person. That's really pathetic. I think they all knew what I was up to. How much do we need? 71%. Good. I didn't get on the point. Wow, my damage is low. Really low right now. Why did I take the feather from you? What? Did I get you killed? Hey, don't look at me. I miss those things 99 times out of 100. I fluked it. Blame bad luck that you died right there. You want to try Living Dead in Dungeon Pool, but you got Bennied from 5% HP in 3 seconds. Oh. Alright. Win or lose, this will be my last game, because I don't want to go any later than this. Need to be disciplined. I have a choice tomorrow between trying to practice some Paladin or getting better at Warrior. I wonder which one I should do. Maybe having Paladin available would be a good choice, good option. Get in there. It's getting healed. Okay, we failed the kill. They failed the kill, good. Okay. Good job, team. Comprehensive fight victory. No, this one doesn't. I would have to unlock it. Oh, noob is going in. Alright. I support. He's dead. The point. They're trying to get to the point. Uh-oh. Someone dying. I'm putting up a defense here. Oh boy, that was close. Yeah, this is Sage LB. We should just leave. Well, I mean, we don't need to back up. Not when I've done that. No! I should have gone for that. Hopefully that's early enough. Good. Now I'm getting another LB back. Oh. Yoink! That is rude. Oh, that was a one target. Could have been better, much better. Oh, keep them off the point! No! I tried. That's long enough off the point, isn't it? Yeah, good. Okay. I have Astro and I have a few on this character. That was better. Most damage taken, no deaths. I'll take it. That is the end of my day. End on a win. Proper like being frozen? No, it was incredibly annoying. How do you feel about Black Mage at the higher levels? Let's assume you have a Red Mage on your team. How do you feel about Black Mage? Like, assuming picking Black Mage isn't stopping you from having Red Mage. You'd rather... Yeah, you would rather have Red Mage, but if you already have one, what then? Yeah, it's good for burning the purifiers, because you generally catch anyone. I guess it depends on if you manage to get a multi-target AoE at the start on your third GCD. If people just spread, I feel like you're not going to be very effective, because at best you're kind of just getting a single 3-second stun with a setup. But, I mean, when people go in to kill someone, usually they're a little more bunched up. I think Summoner has good damage output, but I never really feel threatened by them that much. Sometimes they'll drop an LB, and it'll do a lot. Their knockback... When I was on Sage, their knockback was annoying. Three seconds every 15. But then... Warriors is 2 seconds every 15 without a setup. But, I mean, you're not really comparing Black Mage to a Warrior. Kind of a different type of pick. Yes, true. If we were to compare it to, say, Monkey, 2 seconds stun every 15 seconds, single target. We'll see if I can push. I think I should be able to push into Crystal on my other character, on Sage. As long as I only play while awake. Anyway. Let's go see Brian. Let's watch Brian play. Probably, as I wind up my day, I can just watch him a little bit, learn something. Brian, if you don't know, is top tier in PvP. He's basically the PvP guy. He's been playing it non-stop through thick and thin. That's always been the thing he's done. Even when it wasn't popular. He was always there, doing PvP streams. So, yeah, I'd like to see how he plays. Oh, he's got a heart rate monitor too. I haven't used the heart rate monitor yet for PvP. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. Anyway, I'll send the raid through. I'm going to get some rest. Black Mage can burn Purify on people who they aren't even focusing. Yeah, it's true. They just kind of throw out... They basically... That's what they do best, I think. Just purify wastage. Because you get frozen, and unless you're paying attention to how many stacks you had, which I don't think a lot of people are, you might be burning Purify on something that was only going to be 1 second anyway. Obviously, better players are going to be able to keep track of that sort of thing, but I'm not there yet, so the moment I stop moving, I basically hit my Purify. Because I'm worried about what might happen next if I don't use it straight away. And there were many times today where I didn't use it straight away, thinking that I was maybe not the focus, or I could get away with it, and then I just got chain stunned, and then I was dead. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Tomorrow, I'll probably do a little bit of PvP before the tournament. After the tournament, I'm not really sure. I might do a short day. We'll see. So, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you all then.